Who flinches first? Oh, not much between them actually. My eye couldn't pick him out. Right, battle to the stripe. Who's going to take the stripe? And it's Tom. Oh, he's bang on. Perfect ET. Tom Watkins, 9.100. Knocks out number 2 qualifier. Dave Fulton took the stripe, but in doing so broke out. Those only 200ths between them on reaction time. So Dave Fulton on the trailer for Pro ET, but he's back in his other class. Tom Watkins goes through. Right, Tom is 4 in the points, so he's kept his hopes alive. Next pair. Well, this is the one, isn't it? Lee Huxley taking on Paul Marston. Darlings, 8.95 for Paul, 9.42 for Lee. Now it's, well, Lee could still win the championship if he goes out in round 1. He's got to rely on others, but he can do himself a huge favour here going into round 2. I think he only needs 2 round wins to take the championship, regardless of what everybody else does. Oh, Lee Huxley takes the win. Paul Marston goes 007 red. I think he may have seen it as well because he stopped dead out there. Lee Huxley breaks out. He could see the win light on his lane already. So I didn't actually see what happened to Paul. I was looking at the reaction times. But unfortunately there for Paul Marston and Grumpy's dodge stopped literally by the 60-foot beams. Okay, just going to drive on up and clear the track. So that's one step further for Lee Huxley. Up then, Neil Watkins going alongside Brett Featherstone. No championship implications in this pairing. That's not to say that neither of them don't want to win this one, that's for sure. Brett Featherstone 9.60, Neil Watkins 11.41. Dialing change 9. Yeah, they changed it by 100th. 9.59. Neil Watkins out in front, Brett Featherstone doing the chasing. Yeah, Neil took that, 11.42, 9.64 there for Brett, but reaction time advantage, nearly 2/10 to Neil Watkins, really helped on that one. All right, John Bean taking on that little junior comp dragster of Tom K. 10 flat plays 9.80. It's a good little race, this one coming up. Both of them can really hit the numbers despite only qualifying 10th and 24th. I expect this one to be very close at the stripe. that's John Bean on the smaller of the breakouts, and not much in it either. They both broke out by 300ths, but when you work out the smaller digits, it was John Bean that broke out the less. So John goes through, took the strike by 0.01, but it was less than that split them on their breakouts. All right, Amy Watkins, crucial one for her. She's second in the points chase, going alongside Pete Dodd. Amy will be leaving first, starting in 9.56. Pete Dodd, 9.18. Oh, Pete Dodd goes red. So it's Amy Watkins. Stays alive. Oh. Breakout, and that for Amy there, it doesn't matter. Green light was already on in the lane. Next up, Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. And he dials a 9.87, going alongside the Tesla. Andy Garnett dialing in 10.98. Game of chess at the stripe, and it's Andy Garnett that takes the win there. Goes 11.07 on the 10.05, win margin 0.06. All right, Brian Huxley taking on John Giles. The Darlings then 990, plays 957. No championship permutations on this pairing. So Brian Huxley going to be chasing down John Giles. Looks like they're almost side by side already. Yeah, that was John Giles. Brilliant reaction time there. 009 off the line. Well done, John. Takes out Brian Huxley. Simon Gough taking on Alan Medley. Simon Gough currently 6th in the points chase, needs to stay in. Darlings 10.71, plays 8.66. Medley out in front. Simon Gough closing it down, and it is Simon Gough that takes that one. Win margin 0.04 at the stripe. So it's Simon Gough that goes through. So he keeps his championship position hopes alive as well. Right, Will Clark and Alan Schofield, the two dragsters. 978 plays 890. one on the tree, basically. A breakout for Alan Schofield, and he got there second. Will Clark takes that one and goes through to round number 2. And so Will is keeping his points chase line. Well, apart from, dare I say it, James, everybody else has gone through at the moment. Bob Molden and Vic Parsons. Line 63 plays 10.34. Vic will be leaving first. There he goes. There goes Bob in pursuit. Breaks out, so does Bob, but Bob breaks out by the less, so it is Bob Molden that goes through. Congratulations to Bob. Right, Simon Innis taking on Mark Huxley. Simon Innis, number 5 in the points chase, important one for him. Huxley, I think he's 10 in the points coming into today. Darlings 10.73 plays 10.05. Oh, and Simon Innis goes red. So it's Mark Huxley that goes through. So Simon Innis will no longer get second in the points, and that's where he's going to slip back. So Simon Gough moves up to 5. Innis drops to 6. Right, next pair. Marie Mills qualified in the number 3 spot with the little altered going alongside Lee Morris with green with Envy Jaguar E-Type. No championship. Sorry, just having a quick look at Marie's cars. A little bit of fluid. No, it's okay. Right. So no championship effect for these two. Please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please. Junior Dragster. Well, Lee Morris goes to the strike, takes the win. Slightly better ET for Marie, but the reaction time advantage was quite considerable there, so well done to Lee Morris. He goes through. Right, important one then for Ronnie Mercer. Ronnie is currently 3rd in the points chase. Tom Watkins behind him has gone through. Simon Gough behind him has gone through. If Ronnie can stay in, it's going to help him hold on to his 3rd place and possibly even catch Amy for 2nd, depending what happens in the next round. He's got to get around Guy King first, though. Guy dialing in a 10.08. Ronnie 8.90. This is the last pair, and then it's just James Oliver to take a solo, and that'll be Pro ET round 1 done. He saw Ronnie dip on the brakes there, and he takes the win. 9.04 to lose out 10.12. Reaction time advantage of 0.14 for Ronnie there. So it is Ronnie that goes through. Right, your number 1 qualifier, James Oliver. Went perfect in Q1. Took the perfect ET money. Dialed in 9.33, went 9.33 with a 0. And then to really rub it in, there was a 1 after that as well. So very, very difficult to get round. So Ollie on a solo. Dials 9.32. Final wheels up launch. 128 to 60, which is pretty much where that car is all the time. 9:35. So Ollie will be racing Mark Huxley in round 2. Lee Huxley will be racing Neil Watkins, and so we'll look at some of the other pairings. Lee Morris takes on John Bean. Will Clark takes on Amy Watkins. Tom Watkins gets a bye. Ronnie Mercer takes on Andy Garnett. Simon Gough takes on Mason Griffiths, and Bob Molden takes on John Giles. So that's a wrap for Pro ET with Modjestang for round 1. And I'm just going to have a look over at Simon Groves. Lee Huxley, 1 more round win and it's his? 2 more round wins. Right, okay, depending on what happens behind him. So it's still all to play for in Pro ET. It's going to be Super Pro ET up next. And it's the Giles and Hartley team. We've got a 340-point lead coming into this session. Billy Gaine is 2nd in the points. Ron Bartlett is 3rd in the points. Scott Hauser is 4. And Team Time is Money, which is John and Tom Atkinson. They are number 5. 700 points available in eliminations. Going to be very interesting to see how this one all works out. Number 1 qualifier, Joe Kellett, will be racing Dave Russell with the van with no name. Ron Bartlett will be taking on Mark Turner. Billy Gaine has got Dave Evans. John Atkinson against Laura Turberville. Phil Toppin takes on Harrison Brown. 2 former junior dragster racers, Scott Hauser and Pete Walters. And congratulations to Pete Walters yesterday. Quickest he had ever gone down the quarter mile in the Super Pro car. A new PB for them. Alan Didwell takes on Mark Bailey, and Barry Giles has Ashley Bell. So that's the pairings for Super Pro ET round number 2. So I'm just going to give me an update. Bear with me a second. Well, that's a nice bonus. Thank you very much indeed to Kath and Tig. We've got another Perfect Light Award today. So the first person to go triple O in eliminations, because obviously there's no more qualifying today. First person to go triple O in eliminations, extra 50 quid bonus. So many thanks indeed to Kath and Tig at Band Habit Racing. So very, very kind of them indeed. So looking into the lanes, and you can see the Atkinson's Time is Money car ahead of the lanes. John Atkinson behind the wheel, and they've just closed the door on the car. And it is John Atkinson coming round first, going to be going alongside Laura Turberville, and we can see her dragster just to the right of John. So eliminations, round number 1 for Pete Nee, Super Pro ET. Caught up with the Super Pro racers in the pits last night as they were doing their presentations, and basically Joe Kellett swept the board last night for not only number 1 off the trailer, but also number 1 qualifier. He just whatever trophy was available, he took it. Well done, Joe. So trying to keep you up to date on the championship positions as well as we're going into this one. John Atkinson with the Team Time is Money Cortina. It's a team entry. They are number 5 in the points. And if they can keep going rounds, and Scott Hauser bows out there, they can overtake Scott. But let's not forget, although it was a shortened season last year with the COVID Cup, it was Team Time is Money that took the COVID Cup last year. Congratulations to them for that. Let's have a look at the dial-ins. 8.9 something. 8.96 for Team Time is Money. 7.88 for Laura. So the well, I've just spotted it on the roof of John Atkinson's car. We'll get to that in a moment. Basically, they're using the remainder of their shoe whitener. I'm saving it for a quiet moment, and I'll pass that one on in a moment. So, Laura in chase mode. Can she catch and pass John? Is John going to hold on? It is Laura. Win margin 0.8. Time is 2014. There's just a little bit off there. Laura goes through. Well, this is this one has all the permutations in it. This is Sweet FA, Ron Bartlett. Qualified number 5, that doesn't matter anymore. Just got to go rounds. He's number 3 in the points chase. Going alongside Mark Turner with the Supra. 8.22 the dial in for Ron, 8.58 for Mark. Fair to say that Ron's had a pretty good season this year. He's made final rounds. And if it wasn't for the bonus points for attending all meetings, he would be number 2 in the points chase. But Billy Gaine has those extra 200 points. That's moved him up to 2nd. So Mark Turner will be leaving first. Ron will be in pursuit. Yeah, 8.30 takes the Weir in on 8.59. That was one on the tree, a 0.2 win margin for Ron Bartlett. So he stays alive. Good driving there for Mark Turner. Very good tuning as well. But it's Rocket Ron to round 2. Right, your points leader, Barry Giles. Coming into today, 340 point lead. Barry Giles going alongside Ashley Bell. The all-important dial-ins, 7.47 for Barry, 8.50 for Ashley. Well, basically everybody behind the number 1 spot in the championship wants Ashley Bell to win, but if Barry Giles takes the win there, the Giles and Hartley team certainly have one hand on that trophy. Both teams with enormous drag racing experience, but it just comes down to these few seconds that they're on the quarter mile now. Ash will be leaving first. It's who's the bravest at the stripe. Ashley Bell took the stripe but broke out. Barry Giles 002 off the line. Outstanding performance there from Barry. Ashley Bell a 0.2 light, but the car was just a little bit too quick. So it is Barry Giles taking the win. Alan Didwell, Mark Bailey. These two are not going to affect the championship outcome in eliminations today. But both of them going really well at the moment. Alan Didwell qualified in the number 4 spot. Giles in 7.70. And haven't seen much of Mark Bailey this year, but really good to have him back for the national finals. 8.70 his dial-in, so exactly a second between them on the tree. His car looked a little bit unsettled there, but he's kept his foot buried. But it's Alan Didwell that takes that one. Win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Alan Didwell takes the win. Player VW Sportsman into lane speed. VW Sportsman. Say that one again, just in case you got drowned out by the cars doing the burnouts below. Can I please have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes? Scott Hauser and Pete Walters. Scott Hauser, number 4 in the points chase. We've already seen Team Giles and Hartley go through. We've already seen Ron Bartlett go through. So they were 1 and 3 in the points. Scott Hauser is 4 in the points. Scott can't win the championship. Depending on what happens in front of him, he could climb to second, depending on what happens behind him as well. But that means winning the event. So, Scott dialing in, 7.38. Pete Walters, 7.57. Right, we'll just let the burnouts go through there. Scott Hauser goes 7.42, but Pete Walters 7.59 and a 009 light in eliminations. Wow. So Pete Walters goes through. Congratulations to Pete. Outstanding. So basically 4th and 5th in the points chase are eliminated. So it is the top 3 fighting it out now. Harrison Brown and Phil Toppin. Phil's car's up for sale. If you've got 25 grand, you don't get a car that is well sorted. And actually with Phil, qualified the number 2 spot yesterday, so well done to Phil. Going alongside Harrison Brown, having a great time driving this car this weekend. As his social media post said yesterday, 22 years ago he sat inside this car as a youngster, and here he is in 2021 racing it. Dial-ins 875, place 764. Phil Toppin with a Corvette leaving first. Ah, but Phil goes red way too early. A freebie for Harrison. He goes 7.59. Harrison Brown through to round 2. All right, next up then, your number 1 qualifier, Joe Kellett, taking on Dave Russell. No sign of Dave Russell, unfortunately. It's going to be a solo then for Joe. We'll forgive him the red light, that doesn't matter. When you're on a solo. Ooh, 7:58 breakout. Okay, Billy Gaine should have been alongside Dave Evans, but unfortunately Dave unable to make the call. So it will be Billy on a solo. Now Billy, number 3 in the points, so he stays alive obviously. So our top 3 championship contenders all through to round number 2, sorry. .02 reaction time there for Billy. .865 on his freebie there. So matchups for round 2. Joe Kellett and Ron Bartlett. Billy Gaine taking on Laura Turberville. Harrison Brown taking on Pete Walters. And Alan Didwell taking on Barry Giles. And the top 3 in the championship all avoiding each other in round number 2. But we'll get to the championship permutations when they come round for their round 2. One more round win for Barry and the team takes the championship. So, or let's work out another way. If Ron and Billy both lose, it's automatically Barry's. But if Barry Giles can get past Alan Didwell, regardless of who wins the meeting, Team Giles and Hartley take the Super Pro crown. Right, we look round the corner to see Junior Dragster, the next class coming round. Harry Redshaw has got 540 point lead coming into this with Purdy Hadfield in the number 2 spot. Actually, no, I think it's Thomas Cook-Abbott looking at the points. Well, either way, Purdy and Thomas next door to each other in the points chase. Oh, no, yeah, no, it is Purdy. Yep, just working that one out. Thomas. Well, whichever it is, whoever goes further between those two will take potentially the higher position in the championship. But it's all about Harry Redshaw, basically. 540 point lead coming into this one. 700 points available in eliminations. Put it this way. If Purdy, Thomas and Freddie go out in round 1, regardless of what Harry does, then it's game over. Harry takes the championship. We'll see what happens when it all comes around the corner. Once we've got a quiet moment, some birthday wishes. And on the start line, Mr. Ian Marshall. Many happy returns indeed, sir. And when Super Pro came round the corner, the Team Time Is Money Cortina used all their remaining shoot wine to wish Ian Marshall a very happy birthday. And of course that is echoed from everybody here as well. Also, happy birthday to Matt Jones. It's his birthday today. He's here racing. Kirsten Van Kruneburg's birthday today. Tasha Manring, her birthday. James Reed. And Ollie White. All people connected to the drag racing family. Here we go then. Your number 1 qualifier in his last ever qualifying session in Junior Dragster yesterday. Thomas Cook-Abbott. And a 002 reaction time to take that number 1. This is his last meeting in Junior Dragster, and he gets a bye into round 2. So well done, Thomas. Right, next up then, Caitlyn Wilson. Her last ever meeting in Junior Dragster as well. Another one has reached the age where Next season, they're too old to take part. Going alongside Daniel Weir. It's going to seem strange for Duncan and Rachel Wilson for the last time. Well, this weekend is the last weekend that they will be bringing a junior dragster, one of their daughters, to the start line. But plans are afoot for the girls to continue racing. As we know, Morgan drives the misdemeanor Habit Beetle, and there are plans for Caitlyn as well. Going alongside Daniel Weir, the Darlings 8:30 plays 8 flat. Caitlyn will be leaving first. Nostalgia Superstock into pairing lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock come with you into the lanes. 8:35 takes the win to an 8:09 win margin, 0-5. It's Caitlyn Wilson that stays alive. She goes through to round number 2. Next pair. Young Spartacus himself. George Oliver taking on Bandit 1. Harley Coursell. George dialing in 8.36, Harley 8:05. Harley is number 8 in the championship points chase. George missed a round, so obviously a little bit further back. And it'll be George leaving first. Wow, 8:14 takes the win there for Harley. George Oliver was 0-1 on the tree, but the performance of the car just let him down just a fraction there. So it is Harley Coursell taking the win. Next up then, Chevy Checkit taking on Daniel Todd. Chevy's got to wait over 4 seconds before she leaves. Daniel gets the head start. Chevy sets off in pursuit. And Chevy takes it 9:29 to lose at 12:94. So Chevy Checkit into round number 2. Right, Luke Mugridge and Luke Fulton. Got to say massive thanks to the Fulton clan last night. Watched the boxing round there. So many thanks indeed to all of them. $8.29 for Luke Fulton, $8.60 for Luke Mugridge. Luke will be leaving first. Again, Luke Fulton took the COVID Cup last year. Brilliant season for him. Different story this year. Had to miss a round as well. What a race. 8.71 plays 8.35, win margin 0.6. Luke Mugridge was 0.11 off the line. Luke Fulton was 0.007 off the line. Outstanding performance from both juniors off the line. But it is Luke Fulton that goes through. Next up, Katie Ellis, Harley J. Derby. Katie Ellis, number 5 in the points chase. Kate will be leaving first. 8.22 on her dialing, 8.16 for Harley J. changes are good. Well, massive breakout for Katie. Harley J takes that one. Well, this I wasn't expecting, actually. It's just the way things have worked out. Number 1 in the points, Harry Redshaw, taking on number 2 in the points in round 1. Oh boy. If you're going to pick a fight, try and take out the one above you, and that's the way to do it. If Purdy wins this, she stands a chance. If Harry wins this, it's pretty much getting a firm grip with one hand on the championship trophy by knocking out number 2 in the points. So Harry Redshaw looking for an 8.58, Purdy looking for an 8.12. It's Purdy, 8.14. Oh, both of them were 200ths off their darling, but it's Purdy that takes it. Now then, Harry Redshaw is just going to be watching the rest of eliminations go through. Wow. Oh, just looking who Purdy's got next. Luke Fulton, that's going to be a fight. Right. Next up, it's the Cooper. Well, this one worked itself out. You obviously have lots of family rivalries, but you don't expect the 2 Cooper brothers to meet in round 1. But that's just the way it worked out. Jake Cooper taking on his brother Kai. So very tense then for the Redshaws. Very tense now for the Coopers. The only guarantee is we're going to have a Cooper into round 2, but which one's it going to be? Both quite polite on reaction times. But it is Jake that takes the win by 0.07 at the stripe. So Jake Cooper goes through and Kai is eliminated. Next pair, Jack Taylor and Ellie Brown. Winner of this gets Thomas Cook-Abbott in round 2. Green light drag race, always good to see. Oh, Ellie took the stripe by a country mile, but went too quick. So it is Jack Taylor that is through to the next round. Oh dear. That's racing. Massive reaction time advantage as well, but the car just went a little too quick and broke out. Right, Damien Redshaw against number 2 qualifier for Eddie Taylor. Whoever gets the win here gets a bye into round 3. So in effect, 2 round wins for the price of 1 here. So for Odyssey Batteries then, Damien Redshaw. And for the Taylor family with the Banshee and Outlaw Angria, it's young Freddie. Neither wants to go into stage. Bit of a staging duel between the youngsters. Tell you what, Dave and Nick can drink their coffees now. Well, we've seen this before, but not very often. Ah, here we go. Damien's gone in. There goes Freddie. Quick tree. Oh, Damien goes red. It's Freddie Taylor that goes through. So well done to Freddie, and he gets a bye in the next round. Next up, Lola Bell Kent taking on Mackenzie Love. As conditions start to brighten up there. The early morning mist starting to burn off now. A little bit of blue sky directly above us. It's getting brighter. And give it another half hour or so and it'll be quite a glorious day here. 8:36 the dial-in for Mackenzie. Lola Bell, 12:13. Lola will be leaving first. Well, Mackenzie in chase mode. Mackenzie number 7 in the points, wants to keep going, and he has. Well done to Mackenzie. Unfortunate there for Lola Bell, but it is Mackenzie Love that goes through. All right, next up. Well, only 2 pairs to go. Jessica Bishop and Teddy Sullivan. .790 plays 13:03. Jessica Bishop 6 in the points coming into today. And Jessica Bishop goes through. Oh, got a toughie for round 2 there. Jessica and Caitlyn Wilson. All right, next pair, and in fact the last pair. Jacqueline Bartlett taking on Ada Cassisi. 12:35 the dial-in for Ada. Jacqueline dialing in 8:09 with the Slick Tricks Junior Dragster. So Jacqueline closing down. Oh, it breaks out by less than 1/100th of a second. Ada Cassisi takes the win. And that's a wrap for Junior Dragster. Right, okay, so update from Simon Groves on the championship for Junior Dragster. Obviously, with Harry Redshaw being eliminated, if Purdy Hadfield or Thomas Cook-Abbott win the event, they become champion. If not, it's Harry's. But this is the twist. Purdy and Thomas could meet in the semi-final. So only one of them could reach the final, not both. Interesting times ahead. Here we go in VW Sportsman. This is your #1 qualifier. Lawrence Clark getting a bye. And he's safely through to round 2. Right, and VW Sportsman then. Bruce Harvey and Paul Robinson, 15.22 plays 14.40. Bruce out in front. And takes that win. A 0-2 light as well. Very nice job indeed there for Bruce. Right, this is quite important, this one. This is Rob Cresswell. If Rob wins this race, all he has to do is stage in round number 2 and the VW Sportsman Championship is his. Many thanks indeed to Luke Stevenson for the updates on that one. Polly Judge is in the way of Rob's championship, if you like. Polly dialing in 16.35, Rob dialing in 13.80. Polly leaves the line. Rob Cresswell sets off in pursuit. Well, the RS4 catching the TT and has taken the win. So well done indeed to Rob Cresswell. Championship is nearly his. Right. It will be his if John Crawford doesn't win this. Going alongside Connor Jones. The Darlings then, 1665 plays 1619. Can I have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, can we have you into the lanes? Well, Connor Jones with the Beatles in front. Has he done enough to take the win? He certainly has done. Connor Jones has taken that one. John Crawford is out. Just looking over at Simon just to get a nod on this one, but we think Rob Cresswell's got it. Yes, he has. Congratulations to Rob Cresswell, VW Sportsman Championship winner this year. So that's the first one of our championships actually determined today. We've had some that have been sorted out prior to this weekend, but that's the first one that's been done today. So congratulations to the Cresswells. Rob with the Audi RS4 is your champ. This is Phil Jones with the Audi 15 flat dial-in, going alongside Simon Clare with the Audi TT with a 14 flat dial-in. So a second between them off the line. But let's see who is the bravest at the stripe. And 1573 takes that one. Simon Clare didn't get off the line at all, really. But it's Phil Jones that has taken that one. Right, next up, Jack Gooding. Taking on young Daniel with the Loco Polo. 1410, the dial-in. Tell you what, that is quick for a Polo. Very quick indeed. 1638 for Jack. That's his daily driver, actually, to be honest. And Daniel just been lined up by Ian. There was a little bit of fluid just under the where his where he was positioned, so they just moved him over a little bit. Well, not fluid, but just needed him to move over a little bit. Tree goes green for both of them. Jack Gooding out in front. And Daniel closing down at the stripe. This is where the performance differential comes in. And Jack Gooding got there too quickly. It's Daniel that goes through. And he goes to round 2 to face Connor. Right, interesting one that. Justin Foley and Ethan Lyle. $14.40 for Ethan, but Justin will be leaving first. $15.01 on his dial-in. I'm just waiting for him to come up to the line. Right, Ethan's pre-staged, as is Justin. Ethan goes into stage, Justin goes into stage. The tree counts him down. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Well, I was going to say Ethan's in catch-up mode, but he's already gone past him. So it's up to Ethan to control this one. And a 15.06 takes it to a 15.17. So well on to Ethan. Obviously a massive reaction time advantage that Ethan could use to full effect there. Andrew Bambrick with the Mark II Golf taking on Steve Metcalf with the Audi TT. 14.25 the dial for Andrew, 15.20 for Steve. It's going to be the Audi TT that's going to be going off first. Well, Steve Metcalf keeping out in front and takes it 15.55 to lose out 14.56. Had nearly 3/10 on the line as well, so well done to Steve. All right, 2 pairs to go. Emma Sadler and Stu Hodgson. Well, massive start line advantage there for Stu. Takes that one with a 17.57. All right, last pair. Morgan Wilson and Steve Stone. Morgan dialing in at 17.65. We're leaving first. Steve Stone, 16.22. Morgan, 4th in the points. Now, bearing in mind the 2 in front of Morgan have gone out. If Morgan can take the round win here, she could move up to 3rd. All right, Steve Stone closing in. And takes it 17.03 to a lose at 18.20. And very well calculated there from Steve Stone. Took the win margin 0-2 at the stripe. So interestingly, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th in VW Sportsman Championship all went out in round 1. So it didn't really matter for Rob. He could have lost and still won the championship. But nevertheless, Rob Cresswell confirmed as champion in VW Sportsman. Next up, Nostalgia Superstock. Dave Bilodeau leads the points chase here. He's got a 330-point lead over Stuart Thompson with Jim Chandler in the number 3 spot, and it's Ollie in number 4. First pairing is going to see Spencer Tram taking on Tig. But Tractor just doing a tiny bit of track room at the moment. So I tell you what, Nitro FM going to take their ways, play a couple of adverts for a moment. Back with you with Nostalgia Superstock Eliminations Round 1. Whoa, nice drifting burn out there for Tig with the Barracuda. This is Nostalgia Superstock, supported by NEM Plant. Spencer Tram with the Camaro and Tig with the drifting Barracuda. 14.19 for Tig and 11.30 for Spencer. They head up towards the stripe. It is Spencer Tram that takes that one on 11.41 against the lose out 14.30. 0.7 light as well, did Spence. Nicely done. Right, next up, Alan Medley taking on Guy King. The Darlings end 10.71 for Alan, 10.10 for Guy King. And it's Alan Medley going red. So Guy King takes the automatic win. Let's have a look at the numbers anyway. Alan 10.79, 10.16 for Guy King. There's Guy King going through to round number 2. All right, next up, Williams Brothers Racing, Gary Carr alongside Jim Chandler. All right, Jim Chandler, number 3 in the points chase. Needs to win this one to stay alive. Jim Liftoff Chandler, as the name proudly says on the back window. Tele4 plays 9.25. Well, Jim Chandler ran a 003 light there. Gary, not a very good one, but Gary ran it out the back door 9.06. Fair to say the performance level is back. But it is Jim Chandler going through. Right, next up then, Ollie with the Williams Brothers Racing Firebird taking on Adrian Portelli with the Charger. Adrian will be leaving first, dialed in 10.79. Ollie with a 9.35. Ollie number 4 in the points, has just seen Jim go through. Thanks, Ollie, all the way. A 9.44 to lose at 10.88. 0.3 light for Ollie as well. Got a 10th in the bag off the line. All right, next up then, Chris Goodale, 10.39 with that beautiful 69 Camaro. But this is crucial for Kiwi. Number 2 in the points. 3 and 4 in the points have already won their races. So if Stu drops the ball here, both Jim and James will overtake. Kiwi dialing in 9.85, Chris Goodale 10.39. Kiwi goes red by 007. So that's the end of his championship charge. Chris Goodale takes the win. Breaks out by less than 100th, but it doesn't matter. The red light tells the story, and it's Chris Goodale that goes through. Right, your points leader, Dave Bilodeau. He's already won the Lifestyle Championship. That is where we have 3 events at Lifestyle meetings, and Dave Bilodeau took that championship. He leads the National Championship as well. Dials in 9.88, going up against Pete Dodd with the 67 Camaro. Number 2 in the points, just gone out. And Dave Bilodeau has taken the round win. Pete Dodd goes red. 10.01, the lose out at 9.24. So Dave is through, and he gets a bye in the next round. Oh, that will help him. That might be enough. We've just got to see how that one pans out, but if Dave Bilodeau gets a bye, we'll work that one out a little bit later on. Next up, it's Don and Chris. Don dialing in 9.64, Chris 12.90. Don Scott and Chris Laram. Winner of this meets Guy King in round 2. Comp Eliminator into pairing lanes, please. Comp Eliminator into the lanes. Well, they're closing in at the stripe, and it's Don Scott that takes it. 9.86 to a lose out 13.04. Don with a 0.8 light and a couple of tenths in the bag off the line. So well done to Don. Paul Smale and Simon Rickwood. Well, no sign of Si. I know he had some issues yesterday, obviously not able to get the car fixed, so Paul will get the solo here. Dials in a 13.01. Goes 13.12. Okay, last one then. Vic Parsons, your number 1 qualifier, and because of that he gets the bye into round 2. Vic is number 5 in the points. Still battling it out for the number 2 spot, to be fair, as unfortunately Stuart Thompson has gone out. But 3, 4 and 5 in the points, separated by 20 points. So whichever one of those goes furthest eliminations will take second in the championship. Right, so just a clarification there from Simon. Thank you very much indeed. when Dave Bilodeau comes round for his next round in Nostalgia Superstock and stages, because he's got a bye, when he stages, he takes the championship. So well done to Dave. Right, we move on to ET Bike. And this championship already decided. Phil Pratt has taken ET Bike yet again. Matt Jones, his opponent here. And Phil's gone past him already. On the brakes, 9:31. That's the round win for Phil Pratt. Well done, Phil. Matt Jones goes 10:69 on his 10:15, but Phil on the brakes at the finish line, 9:31 on a 9-second dial. Michael Gooding and Bill Marsh. Michael Gooding qualified in the number 2 spot, Bill number 8. The Darlings, 9:10 for Michael, 9:20 for Bill, just a tenth between them. And 9:28 for Michael Gooding takes the win against the lose at 9:23. So Michael Gooding going through. Next up, Leo Lester, your number 1 qualifier, alongside Paul Adams. Leo dialing in 10.60, Paul 9 flat, easy one to work out, 1.6 second difference on the tree. Oh, but Leo Lester goes red, so Paul Adams takes the win. 10:47 breakout as well. Leo did everything he could to lose that race. Put a red light on the tree and broke out. So Paul Adams through to round 2. Peter Harrison in the Kestrel Beer Lane, 10:85 his dialing. Justin Moulton, 10:96 in the Auto Gloom Lane. Can't say anything about reaction times whilst they're racing. But the win light comes on for Peter Harrison. Takes the win by 0.5 of a second, goes 11.05 to a lose out 11.36. Johnny Young and Gary Hester. 9.40 for Johnny. He'll be leaving first. Gary Hester going to be chasing him down with that 8.93. Well, Gary Hester already alongside. Now in front, looking over his shoulder. And goes 9.16 to take the win. So Gary Hester is through. Last up then, Dave Grundy and Robbie Dobby. $10.68 for Dave, but it's going to be Robbie leaving first. Not on the normal bike we'd expect Robbie to see. Sorry, not the normal bike we expect Robbie to be on. But at least he's got a bike here that he can ride and compete on. So a win light there for Robbie. 12.29 against the loser at 11.53. So that's ET Bike done. Next up, Sportsman ET. Very interesting in Sportsman ET, to be fair, because there's one of 3 drivers that can take the championship today. And if all 3 of them drop the ball straight away, there's a couple of others that are in the wings. Gary Lake is one of the top 3. Less than 100 points off top spot. Gary Lake needs to win this in the Arabian Night Trans Am. He dials in 14.09. Going alongside Debbie Taylor. Got problems with the Mustang, so she's in this Seat this weekend. Gary Lake started his drag racing career here at the Darling Day, won that, and now takes part in Sportsman ET on a regular basis. And has he gone through? He has. 14:30 takes the win to a 15:12 lose out. So Gary Lake keeps his championships alive. Now he's got to look in his mirror just to see who's coming up next and how the rest of the eliminations are going to work out. Connor Holt and AC Bell. Connor's Astra is up for sale. Believe it or not, Ashley Bell's pickup truck is as well. I've just seen the for sale notice on the back of that one. The normal reason that drag racers put vehicles up for sale is they want to find something else and go quicker, or they've already got something and need to fund it. The Darlings then, 13.35 for Connor, 17.45 for AC. The pickup's going to leave first. Oh, but goes red. So it's a freebie for Connor. It's quite a big red actually for AC as well. It was 0.2, not 0.02. Broke out as well. Mind you, so did Connor, but he knew he'd already got the win in the bag. Right, critical one for the championship. Felicity Gibbs. She's number one in the points. Needs to win to stay in the championship hunt. We've seen Gary Lake already take his round win. And the basics of it is, if Felicity drops the ball here, opens the door for Gary Lake, obviously who's already gone through, and for Dan Holloway. Going alongside Chris Wynn, the Darlings, 17.60 for Chris, 17.38 for Flick. Oh, and Felicity goes red. Oh boy, that's opened things up. 004 red. Chris Wynn, the win light is already on for him. Goes 17.71. Wow. Points leader has gone. Simon. Right, just working out permutations on that one. It'll all come out in the wash, as we like to say, but Felicity Gibbs has, well, we just got to work it out, basically. We'll get confirmation as the day progresses. But Holly Walters and Dave Ward up next. Holly darting in 15.75, Dave Ward 14.20. So Dave Ward, great to see Dave Ward back on the drag strip. We know we used to see him in the Mini Gears Dragster. Ooh, double breakout. But Holly by the lesser amount, only just 15.73 with a 7 against 14.18 with a 4. Massive reaction time advantage for Holly. That was on a knife edge, that one. But it is Holly that takes the win. All right, Rob Cresswell. He's number 4 in the points. He's already been confirmed as VW Sportsman Champion. And again, depending on how other results go, he could start climbing this championship table as well. And to think that he put the car up for sale earlier on this season, I think he's pleased he didn't sell it now. Going alongside Steve Mellors, the Hulk MX-5. He's just got to love the support down there with the Hulk suit, love it. So Steve Mellors away, looking for a 1650. Rob Cresswell looking for 1380. And it is Rob Cresswell who takes the win there. Can I have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Mod into the pairing lanes. The numbers there, 1405 against a lose-out, 1666. So well done to Rob. He's going to be racing Connor Holt in the next round. Right, we got Carl and Georgina up next. 12.15 places 16.01. Carl was your number one qualifier as well. Georgina away. Carl goes red though. Whoa. Georgina with the win. Mike's happy. And Carl goes 12.02 and breaks out 16.12. Georgina gets a bye in the next round as well. So 2 round wins for the price of 1. Right, another crucial one for the championship. Dan Holloway taking on Tig. If Dan wins this one, then he keeps his championship hopes well and truly alive, and it's a battle then between Dan and Gary Lake. But it's not over yet. Tig Darling number is 1419. Dan is 1629. Tig qualified in the number 2 spot, so he's capable of running his number. Dan, champion back in 2019. Hence, that's why he still wears the number 1. So, is it going to be Ruby or is it going to be Truck Norris? Well, Dan out in front, and it's going to be Tig trying to close him down. You can see Dan on the brakes at the strike there, and he takes the win. 16.46 on a 16.29. A lose up there for Tig, 14.52. So Dan Holloway, he could still wear that number 1 next season. Kirsty Tram and Jill Medley. Jill is number 5 in the points. Kirsty number 8 in the points. So the 6.1 Hemi Jeep going alongside the 5-litre Mercedes at the stripe. It is Kirsty Tram who takes that one. 14.09 on a 13.98 dial. Jill got there first but broke out, went too quick. 12.52 on a 59. So it's Kirsty that is through to round 2. And just 1 pair to go, and it's going to be Jeff Cowley taking on Ashley Clark. They are below us. Getting ready to go. Ashley not required to do a burnout with the Audi. I think Jeff will. He's in the bleachers, if you like. So just a confirmation from Simon Groves there. The championship now is basically between Dan Holloway and Gary Lake, but Rob Cresswell can act as a bit of a spoiler in this. So we're going to see how this one pans out. You know what, it could be a race in the final to determine the championship. We just don't know yet. So, Jeff Cowley, Ashley Clark. 15:15 plays a 12:39. Camaro will be leaving first. Oh, Ashley goes red. What a shame. So she'll just run it all the way through. Goes 12:89, didn't matter. Jeff Cowley takes the win. Right, so making life very entertaining in Sportsman ET. Right, just going into a bit of track prep, and it will be Comp Eliminator round number 1, followed by Pro Modified, Top Fuel Bike, Super Street Bike and Street Eliminator. Going to give the airwaves to Nitro FM 96.2, but when we come back, oh, it's going to get very fast and extremely loud. Very exciting. We'll be back with you shortly. And that's John Bean on the smaller of the breakouts, and not much in it either. Right, it's a game of chess at the stripe, and it's Andy Garnett that takes the win there. So Brian Huxley going to be chasing down John Giles. Looks like they're almost side by side already. Yeah, that was John Giles. And Medley out in front. Simon Gough closing it down, and it is Simon Gough that takes that one. Win mark. And that was one on the tree, basically. Oh, and Simon Innis goes red. So it's Mark Huxley that goes through. So Simon Innis will no longer get second in the points, and that's where he's going to slip back. He saw Ronnie dip on the brakes there, and he takes the win. 9:04 to lose it for a quiet moment, and I'll pass that one on in a moment. So Laura in chase mode. Can she catch and pass John? Is John going to hold on? It is Laura. Yeah, 8:30 takes the win on 8:59. So it's who's the bravest at the stripe. Oh. Well, Bartlett's car looked a little bit unsettled there, but he's kept his foot buried. But it's Alan Didwell that takes that one. Win margin 0.6 at the stripe. Alan Didwell. Stage, the tree counts them down. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Well, I was going to say Ethan's in catch-up mode, but he's already gone past him, so it's up to Ethan to control this one. And a 15.06 takes it to a 15.17. So well on to Ethan. Steve Metcalf keeping out in front. And takes it 15.55 to lose out 14.56. Had nearly 3/10 on the line as well, so well, massive start line advantage there for Stu. Takes that one with a 17.57. As they head up towards the stripe, it is Spencer Tram that takes that one on 11.41 against the lose out 14.30. Goes in. And it's Alan Medley going red. So Guy King takes the automatic win. Let's have a look at the numbers anyway. Alan 10.79, 10.16 for Guy King. 10.04 plays 9.25. Well, Jim Chandler had a 003 light there. Gary, not a very good one. And that's Ollie all the way at 9.44 to lose at 10.88. Oh, Kiwi goes red by 007. So that's the end of his championship charge. Chris Goodell takes the win. Breaks out by less than 100th, but it doesn't matter. The red light tells the story. Can I have Comp Eliminator into pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator into the lanes. Well, they're closing in at the stripe, and it's Don Scott that takes it. 9.86 to a lose out 13.04. Don. So whichever one of those goes furthest eliminations will take second in the championship. Matt Jones, his opponent here, and Phil's gone past him already. On the brakes, 9.31. That's the round win for Phil Pratt. Well done, Phil. And 9.28 for Michael Gooding takes the win against the lose at 9.23. Oh, but Leo Lester goes red. So Paul Adams takes the win. .10.47 breakout as well. Leo did everything he could to lose that race. Can't say anything about reaction times whilst they're racing. But the win light comes on for Peter Harrison. Well, Gary Hester already alongside. Now in front, looking over his shoulder, and goes 9.16 to take the win. So Gary Hester is through. Robbie to see. Sorry, not the normal bike we expect Robbie to be on, but at least he's got a bike here that he can ride and compete on. So win light there for Robbie. Taylor got problems with the Mustang, so she's in this Seat this weekend. Gary Lake started his drag racing career here at a Darling Day. Won that and now takes part in Sportsman ET on a regular basis. And has he gone through? He has. 14:30 takes the win to a 15:12 lose out. So Gary Lake keeps his championships alive. Now the dial-ins, 17:60 for Chris, 17:38 for Flick. Oh, and Felicity goes red. Oh boy, that's opened things up. 004 red. Chris Wynn, the win light is already on for him. Goes 17:71. Wow. Points leader has gone. To get. So Dave Wall, great to see Dave Wall back on the drag strip. We know we used to see him. Robin away first. And that is a good looking run for Robin there. 7:51, clicks it early at the stripe. Against the lose out 8:28. So Robin, set up 2, goes through. Jordan Payne and Elaine Hancock. Jordan, number 3. In the qualifying order, number 3. So number 2 in the points, apologies. 590 points behind Nick Williams. With a maximum of 600 available. In eliminations, it's pretty much game over, but we'll see what happens. Elaine Hancock goes to a 7.13 index. Jordan 7.99. Jordan's on the old sumo index. Jordan capable of going about 0.5 under. He will be leaving first. Looking run for Jordan, great looking run for Elaine. Oh, look at that, 7.55 a pair. Jordan Payne goes into round 2, but 7.55 for Elaine Hancock, and a 0.5 light as well, both of them really on it. But obviously the index really helping Jordan there, and Jordan takes the win. Right, just having a look to see who's next. It is Dan Williams in this battle royal with Jordan Payne for second in the points, going alongside Kev Jenkins for this one. Kev Jenkins on his final qualifying run yesterday basically had a bit of a nightmare in the shutdown area. That's the best way I can describe it. The oil breather tank came off on the last run. Smashed the wing, damaged up in the wheel, and sent across into Dave Swift's lane. Fortunately, no contact, but all patched up. And Al Mack lent us his spare breather. And if you look on the front wing of the Fraudster, you can see that black patchwork. That's where they had to repair. So well done to the Fraudster team for getting that job done. Going alongside Dan Williams, and big happy birthday Ian message on the back window. So Dan Williams, number 3 in the points chase. If he wins, if Dan wins, well, whoever wins this faces Robin Orthodoxou in the next round. So the index is 10.61 for Dan, 7.58 for Kev. So the Chevelle will be leaving first. And Kev goes red, so the win light is on for Dan Williams. You can hear Dan clicking it off early there. Yep, 10:38. So Dan Williams takes the win. 7:63 for Kev, so well done to him. All right, Nick Williams racing Spencer Tram. Teammates then for Williams Brothers Racing. So Spencer's got an index of 11.55, Nick 9.26. We know Nick can go way under that. He qualified with 8.61. Spencer leaving first though. His index 11.55. Spencer qualified with 11.28. Oh, Spencer goes red. Oh, peach of a wheelie there for Nick. .67, only 136 there for Nick Williams. That was one of his best ever 60 foots though with the car. Car really did hook up and go well. So Nick Williams is through and he gets a bye in the next round as well. So Nick Williams already conferred as champion in Comp Eliminator this season. Congratulations to the Williams Brothers team and of course Nick. Alright, Rob Smallworth and Dave Swift. Whoever wins this meets up with Jordan Payne in round 2. Wheelie bar height adjustment for Rob Smallworth. So 7.99 index for Rob, 7.45 for Dave Swift. Good looking run there for Rob, 7.64, 176. Dave Swift goes through with an 8.53. Can I have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator, can we have you into the lanes? So it'll be Nick Williams on a bye in round 2, Jordan Payne taking on Rob Smallworth for an all-sumo matchup, and then Dan Williams taking on Robin Orthodoxu. Motorsports UK Pro Modified, round number 1, and it is a battle of the Camaros. Andy Robinson taking on Bobby Wallace. So Andy Robinson with Anchor Management 2.0. The Camaro went 6.12 in qualifying yesterday to end up in the number 5 spot. Bobby Wallace 6.03 to end up at number 4. Caught up with the Wallace team last night, and lack of burnout not hurting the car at all, and we're all wondering why the car makes doesn't make a lot of good noises when it does its burnout, basically because there's so much fuel going into it. But it's not a concern from the team, and as you know, when Bobby hits the gas, 6.03, and as we know, Bobby's parachute did come out early on the run, and Bobby openly admitted, no, that was my fault. He He went for the manual release on the parachute instead of electronic and basically pulled it too early. Otherwise he would have qualified with a 5-second pass. So round one then, Andy Robinson and Bobby Wallace. This for a spot at the semi-final stage. Bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coasted across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. And Andy Robinson taking the first exit. Bobby all the way down to the end of the shutdown area. So Bobby Wallace, 6.06. He's into round number 2. Andy Robinson, as per usual, razor sharp off the line at 0.6 reaction time on a 105.60, but it was Bobby all the way there with a 0.98 60 foot. Looking round into the lanes to see which pairing is going to come out as next. Kev Slyfield, your number 1 qualifier, due to race Michelle Turenne, but we have had news from the pits that unfortunately Michelle is broken, so won't be coming round, so it will be a solo for Kev. Other matchups, Nick Davis taking on John Webster, and it'll be Jean de Le Mans against Wayne Nicholson. Looking down in the lanes, I can also see the Venom Nostalgia Funny Car as well, so that will be coming round after the Pro Mods. So next up then, your number 1 qualifier, Kev Slyfield with the Blown Bird. The championship is between this car here, the Blown Bird, and Nick Davis. 5 points between them coming into today. So Kev Slyfield will be on a solo here, as I say. Michelle Turenne unfortunately unable to make the call after his qualifying run from yesterday. He did get into the show with a 6.80, but the car didn't make another appearance, and although it's absolutely fantastic to see the team back here, it was such a great shame that they didn't get many runs at all. Not that Kev Slyfield hasn't had his dramas this weekend after qualifying round 1, had a damaged camshaft, so that one wasn't repairable, had to switch to another one. But that had a different firing order with the way that the car was set up, so they had to reroute all the plug leads and everything, and didn't realise the issue. And 2 burnt pistons after Q3, but got it all sorted for this morning. Went 5.99 in qualifying to take the number 1 spot. And Kev Slyfield. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. And very nice indeed. Team extremely happy with that one. So it's going to be Kev Slyfield with a 6.04 taking on Bobby Wallace with a 6.06 in the semis. Wow. Right, next up, Jean de Le Mans and the lucky devil Wayne Nicholson. Well, Jean was another one hurting parts yesterday. But Gaine got it all fixed, ready for today. Wayne Nicholson off the trailer qualifier with a 6.19. The performance consistency that Wayne's had this year has been the best they've had for a long, long time. Jean Delmont qualified with a 6.02, and he's been starved of racing this year. But making the most of his visit here to Santapod during September. Here a couple of weeks ago for the Euro final shootout, and of course back here for the national finals. So Wayne Nicholson in the Kestrel Beers lane. Jean Delmont, he is in Autoglim lane. Nitrous against Supercharged. Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 0.07 off the line advantage. He had a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I'll tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Outstanding from them this weekend. But it is Jean with a 6.01 that is through. Right, last pair, and this has championship implications. If John Webster defeats Nick Davis, the Pro Modified champion is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins, the battle continues. So it's the battle of the turbos then. Nick Davis qualified in the number 2 spot with a 6.00. John Webster qualified number 7 with a 6.30. But anything can happen in drag racing, as we know. Look at the qualifying run from yesterday afternoon in Q3. Nick got slightly out of the groove, had to back out of the run. That's when he was alongside Kev Slyfield. But to go to the meeting before, Nick Davis set a new personal best, 6.88, to become the second quickest UK-based Pro Mod. But nothing else matters at the moment, apart from getting to the top end first, putting that win light on in your lane. John Webster with a Mustang, Nick Davis with a Firebird. John has accidentally gone into stage. I don't think he meant to do that. That's it. So just relining them up. You courtesy stage, you go into pre-stage and wait for the other car to come in. And you build up the boost and bump in. Massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3.30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So your semi-finals are Kev Slyfield against Bobby Wallace. Kev went 6.04 to Bobby's 6.06. And then the other side of the ladder, it's going to be Nick Davis against Jean Donomon. Jean went 6.01 to be the quickest eliminations against Nick's 6.42 that you just saw. Are we going to get the championship decided in the semi-finals, or is it going to go all the way to the last race of the day? We will find out when they next come round. All right, next up, Matt Peters doing a licensing run. Then we do have the Venom Nostalgia Funny Car. Then it will be Top Fuel Bike. A great day here at Santa Barbara Raceway. The mist has lifted and it's turned into a very, very nice day indeed out there. A bit of a headwind for all of our competitors to deal with, but at least it's now starting to warm up a little bit as well. So apart from the headwind, which is, you know, it's certainly out there, it's brilliant conditions to go racing. And considering is, where are we, end of September, going into autumn properly now, absolutely glorious conditions. And sometimes you come to the national finals and it's really miserable, but not this weekend. Very, very nice indeed. So Matt Peters with the Avenger. Needs to get below 7.4, I believe, on a couple of runs. Under power. Well, UK Pro Modified has been absolutely outstanding this year. Who can ever forget Annie Wallace's weekend that she had, where when she started the weekend not even licensed, and did her licensing passes, qualified, went on to win the meeting, very first event, and no one will ever forget that. The return of Andy Robinson as well. And of course the return of our European friends. It's just been brilliant to watch. And of course next year, hopefully when we are back to some sort of total normality, we get all of our European visitors back. Pro Modified is going to be outstanding. Matt Peters wants to be a part of that scene next year. He needs to get his license. He would love to get it sorted out today, so they can concentrate on getting the car ready for next year. But it'll come. Car's definitely got this wiggle when it leaves the line. 114 to 60. Again, Matt backing out of it. 10.09 at 87. So we look round the corner to see Tony Betts with Venom lined up. Don't forget, after that, it's going to still be very loud out there. It will be Top Fuel Bike. And we do have Super Street Bike, and some of the numbers that these machines are running at the moment, outstanding. And just behind them, it'll be Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And we are on, well, we've already had a new ET record set this weekend by Andy Bond. And I'll tell you what, if he continues the way he's going, you could see 6.7 this weekend. Wow. But all will become clear. Well, you consider that the National Finals is our last competitive meeting of the year. And you've got over 250 teams on site. It just goes to show the strength in depth that we have in the sport of drag racing at the moment, despite not having all of our competitors here either. So, drag racing in the UK, very healthy. Great to see such good numbers here. So Tony Betts with the Venom. Went 6.26 on his last pass yesterday, went 6.16 before that. Been working very hard on the fuel system on this car. Very good team Tony's got working with him. Oh, and the whiff of nitro fills the tower. And you know what? Sometimes you just cannot beat that. Okay, thumbs up given, so Tony Betts can bring the Venom. Nostalgia funny car forward, Camaro body, beautiful wrap on the car as well. And not only that, consistent low 6-second car. Straight down Broadway. Absolutely outstanding once again. 6.15 at 235 miles an hour. Oh, the backslapping and the high fives down there. Excellent job. One very, very happy team down there. Well done, gang. Tony Betts, 6.15 at 235. It was 108 to 60 foot. And at the 8th mile, 4.09 at 192. Right, it's two-wheeled action coming at you next, and it is Top Fuel Bike. That's going to be starting things off. It's going to be semi-finals. Steve Willett taking on Neil Midgley, and then you've got Al Smith on a solo. Now, basically, any one of the three of these riders can take the championship in Top Fuel Bike. Al Smith will get a bye into the final. We'll see what happens between Steve and Neil. Now, fortunately, I'm not working out the points. I've got people around me that are doing that. Simon Groves from Dragster.com is updating me on the points as we go through the day in all the classes. And considering how many classes we got this weekend, that is no mean feat. So many thanks indeed to Simon Groves and Dragster.com for keeping us all up to date. Just looking at the next class to follow this, which is a Super Street Bike. A little bit easier to work out that one, basically, as Steve Venables has basically wrapped up the title there. So congratulations to Steve. And battle for second for them is Alan Morrison Jr. and Steve Mead. We'll see what happens when they come round. Street Eliminator, class that follows that. Andy Bond has already sewn up the championship. And Al Mack basically is, when he stages, he takes runner-up spot. So that's the update there. Just looking down in the shutdown area, I can see Tony Betts' car still hooked. Well, still waiting to clear the top end. So it gives me a chance to have a breather. Can I please call Pro ET into the pairing lanes? And if I can hand over to Nitro FM, we'll be back with you when we continue racing. And it is going to be Top Fuel Bike up next. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a .98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the #1 spot. And Kev Solo. 'Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7 hundredths off the line advantage. He had a .12 to a .19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Oh, massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3.30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So your semi-finals are Kev Slyfield. And 9.28 for Michael Gooding takes the win against the lose at 9.23. Oh, but Leo Lester goes red. So Paul Adams takes the win. .10.47 breakout as well. Leo did everything he could to lose that race. Can't say anything about reaction times whilst they're racing. But the win light comes on for Peter Harrison. Well, Gary Hester already alongside. Now in front, looking over his shoulder, and goes 9.16 to take the win. So Gary Hester is through. We to see. Sorry, not the normal bike we expect Robbie to be on, but at least he's got a bike here that he can ride and compete on. So a win light there for Robbie. Rayla got problems with the Mustang, so she's in this Seat this weekend. Gary Lake started his drag racing career here at a Darling Day, won that, and now takes part in Sportsman ET on a regular basis. And has he gone through? He has. 14.30 takes the win to a 15.12 lose out. So Gary Lake keeps his championships alive. Now the Darlings, 17.60 for Chris, 17.38 for Flick. Oh, and Felicity goes red. Oh boy, that's opened things up. 004 red. Chris Wynn, the win light is already on for him. Goes 17.71. Wow. Points leader has gone. So Dave Wall, great to see Dave Wall back on the drag strip. I know we used to see him in the Mini Gears Dragster. Ooh, double breakout. But win. So Steve Mellors away, looking for a 1650. Rob Cresswell looking for 1380. And it is Rob Cresswell who takes the win there. Georgina up next, 12.15, places 16.01. Carl was your number one qualifier as well. Georgina away. Carl goes red though. Whoa. Georgina with the win. Mike's happy. And Carl goes 12.02 and breaks out 16.12. Georgina gets a bye in the next round as well. So the 6.1 Hemi Jeep going alongside the 5-litre Mercedes. At the stripe it is Kirsty Tran who takes that one, 14.09 on a... Oh, and Kev goes red, so the win light is on for Dan Williams. You can hear Dan clicking it off early there. Yep, 10.38. So Dan Williams takes the win, 7.63 for Kev, though well done to him. Oh, peach of a wheelie there for Nick. .867, only 136 there for Nick Williams. Bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a .98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the number one spot. And Kev Solo. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Both stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7 hundredths off the line advantage. He had a .12 to a .19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3.30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So your semi-finals are Kev Slyfield again. that's John being on the smaller of the breakouts and not much in it either. Right, it's a game of chess at the stripe, and it's Andy Garnett that takes the win there. So Brian Huxley going to be chasing down John Giles. Looks like they're almost side by side already. Yeah, that was John Giles. And Medley out in front. Simon Gough closing it down, and it is Simon Gough that takes that one. Win mark. And that was one on the tree, basically. Oh, and Simon Innis goes red. So it's Mark Huxley that goes through. So Simon Innis will no longer get second in the points, and that's where he's going to slip back. He saw Ronnie dip on the brakes there, and he takes the win. 9:04 to lose it for a quiet moment, and I'll pass that one on in a moment. So Laura in chase mode. Can she catch and pass John? Is John going to hold on? It is Laura. Yeah, 8:30 takes the win on 8:59. So it's who's the bravest at the stripe. Well, Bartlett's car looked a little bit unsettled there, but he's kept his foot down in the shutdown area, so that's what they're doing at the moment, is tidying that one up. In the meantime, can I please have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please? Can I have Junior Dragster into the pairing lanes, please, for eliminations round number 2? Good news, though, is, well, it was very cloudy, very misty to start the day off with, but look at it now. It's absolutely glorious out there. Happy days indeed. National finals in glorious sunshine. Couldn't ask for more. And not only that, great music playing in the background as well, and I know you got loads more lined up for us, so what are you going to hit us with next? Go on. Hey, good man. Well done. Thanks very much indeed. Cheers. The tree counts them down. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Well, I was going to say Ethan's in catch-up mode, but he's already gone past him, so it's up to Ethan to control this one. And a 15.06 takes it to a 15.17. So well on to Ethan. Well, Steve Metcalf keeping out in front. And takes it 15.55 to lose out 14.56. Had nearly 3/10 on the line as well, so well. Well, massive start line advantage there for Stu. Takes that one with a 17.57. they head up towards the stripe. It is Spencer Tram that takes that one on the 11.41 against the lose out 14.30. And it's Alan Medley going red. So Guy King takes the automatic win. Let's have a look at the numbers anyway. Alan 10.79, 10.16 for Guy King. 10.04 plays 9.25. Well, Jim Chandler had a 003 light there. Gary, not a very good one. And that's Ollie all the way at 9.44 to lose at 10.88. Oh, Kiwi goes red by 007. So that's the end of his championship charge. Chris Goodell takes the win. Breaks out by less than 100th, but it doesn't matter. The red light tells the story. Can I have Comp Eliminator into pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator into the lanes. Well, they're closing in at the stripe, and it's Don Scott that takes it. 9.86 to a lose out 13.04. So whichever one of those goes furthest eliminations will take second in the championship. And Matt Jones, his opponent here, and Phil's gone past him already. On the brakes, 9.31. That's the round win for Phil Pratt. Well done, Phil. And 9.28 for Michael Gooding takes the win against the lose at 9.23. Oh, but Leo Lester goes red. So Paul Adams takes the win. .10.47 breakout as well. Leo did everything he could to lose that race. Can't say anything about reaction times whilst they're racing. But the win light comes on for Peter Harrison. Again. Well, Gary Hester already alongside. Now in front, looking over his shoulder, and goes 9.16 to take the win. So Gary Hester is through. Robbie to see. Sorry, not the normal bike we expect Robbie to be on, but at least he's got a bike here that he can ride and compete on. So a win light there for Robbie. Got problems with the Mustang, so she's in this Seat this weekend. Gary Lake started his drag racing career here at a Darling Day, won that, and now takes part in Sportsman ET on a regular basis. And has he gone through? He has. 14.30 takes the win to a 15.12 lose out. So Gary Lake keeps his championships alive. Now in the Darlings, 17.60 for Chris, 17.38 for Flick. Oh, and Felicity goes red. Oh boy, that's opened things up. 004 red. Chris Wynn, the win light is already on for him. Goes 17.71. Wow. Points leader has gone. So Dave Wall, great to see Dave Wall back on the drag strip. We know we used to see him in the Mini Gears Dragster. Ooh, double breakout. But so Steve Mellors away, looking for a 1650. Rob Cresswell looking for 1380. And it is Rob Cresswell who takes the win there. Georgina up next, 12.15, plays a 16.01. Carl was your number one qualifier as well. Georgina away. Carl goes red though. Whoa. Georgina with the win. Mike's happy. And Carl goes 12.02 and breaks out 16.12. Georgina gets a bye in the next round as well. So the 6.1 Hemi Jeep going alongside the 5-litre Mercedes. At the stripe it is Kirsty Tram who takes that one, 14.09. Oh, and Kev goes red, so the win light is on for Dan Williams. You can hear Dan clicking it off early there. Yep, 10.38. So Dan Williams takes the win, 7.63 for Kev, so well done to him. Win. Oh, beautiful wheelie there for Nick. .867, only 136 there for Nick Williams. That was one of his best ever 60-foots though with the car. Good looking run there for Rob. 7.64, 176. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a .98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the number one spot. And Kev Solo. 'Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. There are other factors to be taken into consideration, especially with regards to ACU speed and ET records, which we'll update you on with Al Smith. But first, we got a pairing to determine who is going to make the final. Neil Midgley out in front, but Steve Wellack goes past him as Al has to back out of it. 6.28 at 2.19 to 7.89, 1.06. But Neil had the reaction advantage by about a tenth of a second and was quicker to the 60 foot as well. But once Neil had clicked it by the 8th, it was all Steve Wellack. So Steve goes into the final here at the National Finals, the class supported by Banks Nightclub. Many, many thanks indeed to them. So Al Smith then in qualifying. Outstanding pass from him, 6.0129. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes. So, Al Smith then. On an ET record and also on a speed record for ACU. And that has various bonus points, so if you can back the record up, that would give him the championship. So on a solo into the final then. Well, that was a burnout and launch, basically 103 to 60 foot, so Al books his spot in the final against Steve Wellack. So 40 points in it between those two going into the final. But it all depends on what Al Smith runs ET-wise. Interesting. Okay, we move on. Super Street Bike Eliminations, round number 1. Steve Venables already confirmed as champion in Super Street Bike for Taylor's Trophy. Congratulations indeed to Steve. But first up, it is the Hope brothers. Mark Hope taking on brother Alex. Good performance leaps from these guys this weekend. Alex 7.01. Mark 7.18. It's all been about keeping the front wheel down for these guys. Alex's bike just rolled forward slightly there, and Mark, funny enough, the front wheel came up on the run. But Mark Hope takes the win, 8.85. Not what Alex wanted today. Okay, so the next pair underneath us going to do their burnouts. It is going to be Steve Venables. And he's lined up alongside Steve Mead. Well, Steve Venables 6.90 in qualifying to take the number 1 spot. And in fact, it's Ross Morrison who's come in, and he's come in as second alternate. So unfortunately, Steve Mead unable to make the call, and Dave Smith, well, not there either. So it is Ross Morrison, but it's all about Ven on this. 125 to Ross's 122 to 60. Oh, that's close at the stripe. Ven takes it, 7.39 at 2.01 to a lose out, 7.46 at 1.85. But at half track, Ross was out in front. But it is Steve that takes their own win. Good run though for Ross. Quicker than his qualifying. Gary Bowe and Jake Michelle. Only 100th between these two in qualifying. Gary 7.02, Jake 7.03. Steve Venables awaits the winner of this one in the semis. Gary Bowe in the Auto Glim lane, Jake Michelle in the Kestrel Beer lane. Neck and neck to the 60. Looks like Jake's got his nose in front, and Jake takes it, 6.96, 2.07. And Gary Bowe had clicked it by then, 7.76, 1.40. So it is Jake into the semis. Last pair, Alan Morrison Jr. and Mark Dainty. Well, Alan Morrison Jr. has already been in the 60s this weekend, 6.98 in qualifying. Mark Dainty, 7.19. One of the bikes stuck in the shutdown area at the moment by the second exit. And just getting that one removed, but it's about 50 yards to the gate from where the bike actually is at the moment. So unfortunately, we have to shut this last pair down. They'll just be pushed back for a moment. Right, the bike goes through the exit, but just need to check with the two riders as to when they're ready to run once again. Right, so top end is clear. So obviously we've still got one pair to go. May just run them after Street Eliminator, give them a chance to cool down, and in actual fact that's exactly what's happening. So we move on into Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. Tony Higgs against James Murray, but you can only see James down there. Unfortunately, Tony Higgs is out, bent a valve in qualifying yesterday. So unfortunately, despite setting a new PB yesterday, and well done to Pigsy for that 8:04, he went so close to the 7-second zone, but unfortunately a little bit of damage. So James Murray will take the solo and go into the semi-finals. So James Murray goes through with a 12-12, 116. Next up it's 6 Appeal, the Aston Martin, going alongside Ash Cooper with this incredible transit van. Qualified with a 9:59. Mark Todd very, very close to the 6s in qualifying, 7:02, has run the car in the 6s. So both into pre-stage, bring the boost up, bump it into stage. Oh, and Mark Todd's blazed the tyres, can he recover it? Ash Cooper is out in front, but here comes Mark Todd. And he does take it, 9:01, look at the speed, 192 against the loser at 9:67. Mark Todd dodges a bullet there. Right, Nigel Hale going alongside Al Mack. Outstanding season from Al this year. 7:74 in qualifying. Had to upgrade his turbos a bit earlier than he thought, as had some wire that got caught in one of the impellers and basically made a mess of them, so couldn't change one turbo, had to change both of them, so he's gone up from Gen 1 to Gen 2. And massive thanks indeed to Own Developments that got that sorted out for him very, very quickly indeed. And of course he continues, and he's going to take the runner-up spot in Street Eliminator Championship this year. Well done to Al. Oh, another one that breaks traction, but then so did Nigel Hale. Al Mack goes through with an 8:76 against the loser 11:18. So Andy Bond is already confirmed as champion, and Al Mack now confirmed as championship runner-up. So Andy Bond, goodness me, set a new ET record of 6.805 this weekend. And I'll tell you what, if he dips into the 6.7s and doesn't go too far into them, the 6.80 would back that up. And just Andy Bond to run, and that will wrap up Street Eliminator for round 1. Don't forget we've still got 2 Super Street bikes down there as well. Obviously they need to finish off their matchups. After that, I believe it's going to be Pro ET, round number 2. So just a little bit of concentration on the start line there from Ian. And as I say, then it will be Andy Bond. Okay, good to go. Well, this car is outstanding in every way. Totally street legal, probably covers more street miles than any other car in the class. It's also the quickest, it's the fastest, and it's the record holding ugly sister of Andy Bond. 6.80, regularly over 200 miles an hour from a street legal car. Unbelievable. Oh, just ridiculously smooth. With another 684, 211.9 miles an hour. It's almost rude. Well done to the ugly team. 684 at 211. So that sets up the semi-finals. Andy Bond going alongside Al Mack. It's going to be Mark Todd against James Murray. Right, just got confirmation from Simon Groves that 211.9 mile an hour pass there from Andy Bond backs up his qualifying speed of 213.09 for a new speed record for Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. So well done to Andy Bond. 213.09 new speed record in Street Eliminator. Well, the hits just keep on coming. Don't forget, I've still got a pair of Super Street bikes down there. I'm not quite sure when they're going to run. But I've also got Pro ET Eliminations round number 2 to run as well. Bizarrely, I can't see the bikes. I don't know where they've gone. Ah, yeah, one's tucked over there. But it is Pro ET that's going to be coming around the corner next. Eliminations round at number 2. then it's the V8 Pop against the electric Tesla. 11:01. Pays an 8.92. Ronnie, number 3 in the points coming into the weekend. He's still in the number 3 spot. So, Amy is still in eliminations. Lee Huxley still in eliminations. Garnett sets off, and there goes Ronnie Mercer in pursuit. Oh, look at that, Ronnie Mercer. 9:03 at the stripe. He had a 0.08 light there, but the win margin 0.01, and it is Andy Garnett that takes it. Right, championship implications here. Lee Huxley, if he wins his race here with Neil Watkins, it's game over. Lee Huxley, I do believe, becomes your champion in Pro ET. And how many times have we seen a Huxley name engraved on that trophy? The Darlings End, 11:43, plays 9:38. Lee's got to work for it. It's Lee Huxley, and congratulations then to Lee. He takes the Pro ET Championship with that run. Puts Neil on the trailer, unfortunately, 9:42 to lose out and break out 11:40. But Lee Huxley, your champion in Modjestang Pro ET. Right, Mark Huxley up next. Can he get past number 1 qualifier, James Oliver? 10:07, plays a 9:35. The rule of thumb is whoever wins this will race Lee in the next round, and the champ normally loses his first race after winning a championship. But let's see what happens. Good looking drag race here between Mark Huxley and James Oliver. And it is Mark Huxley that takes that one. James Oliver, bang on his number, 9:35.00, and he had an 07 light and lost. Mark Huxley, 10:08. He had a 0.4 light, the win margin 0.15, but that is 2 perfect runs in one weekend for James Oliver, but he lost that race. Unbelievable. Well done to Mark Huxley. It's going to be Mark versus Lee next round. Amy Watkins, Will Clark, 9:55, 9:89. It's all for second in the championship now. Amy holds that spot at the moment. And Amy falls, 9:65, win margin 0.3. Will Clark takes that one. So Ronnie Mercer overtakes Amy Watkins. So Ronnie has just moved up to second in the championship, and Tom Watkins, I think, has just moved up to third. Next up, Lee Morris and John Bean, the last pair in Modjestang Pro ET. Darlings End, 10:14, plays 9:96. The E-Type will be leaving first. It's fairly close at the stripe, and it is a 10:20 taking the win against a 10 flat 0.2. The win margin. Lee Morris moves on. So, third round matchups then for Pro ET. It's the Huxley boys, Mark and Lee, taking on each other. Lee Morris will take on Will Clark. Tom Watkins will take on Andy Garnett. And Simon Gough taking on Bob Molden. Oh, that's right, no. Apologies, Ronnie Mercer was eliminated there. So, Tom Watkins is the one making the moves, actually. He's just moved up to second in the points. Wow. Trying to keep track of all this lot is fun. Right, it is Junior Dragster. Freddie Taylor, your number 2 qualifier, got past young Damien in round 1, and he gets a bye in round 2. So the calculations are, Harry Redshaw has been eliminated in round 1. He can still win the championship. The only way that he can be stopped is if either Purdy Hadfield or Thomas Cook-Abbott win the event. Freddie Taylor, he's 4th in the championship. He can't actually win it, but you can certainly climb up to 2nd depending on how everybody else gets on. And that's a nice reaction time, 0.5. He's got a freebie run here, so see how close to 9.27 he can get. 9.35, so might see a little adjustment on the Darling next time they come round. Right, next up then, it's Caitlyn and Jessica. Caitlyn Wilson win her last competitive meeting in Junior Dragster, going alongside Jessica Bishop. Caitlyn got past young Daniel in round 1. Jessica got past Teddy Sullivan. So Darling's End, 7.95 for Jessica, 8.25 for Caitlyn. And Jessica goes red, unfortunately, by 0.009. So Caitlyn Wilson has got yet another pass to make in Junior Dragster. Breaks out with 8.18. But that doesn't matter. She's through. So it'll be Caitlyn Wilson taking on Freddie Taylor in round number 3. This is Chevy Checkett. Can I please have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please? VW Sportsman, can we have you into the lanes? So Chevy Checkett taking on Harley J. Derby here. The Darling's End. 9.20 for Chevy. She'll be going first. Harley J, 8.18. So Harley is in chase mode then. Can he catch? Can he pass? It looks like he might be able to, and he does. 8.20 on an 8.18. Very nicely done indeed. So Chevy Checkett's weekend is done. Harley J continues. Right, Thomas Cook-Abbott taking on Jack Taylor. Thomas, number 1 qualifier, and he's in a hunt for the championship as well at his last ever Junior Dragster meeting. Jack Taylor, his opponent, Darling in 9.60. Thomas Cook-Abbott 8.10. It's 1.5 seconds between the pair of them. So Thomas in chase mode. Can he catch? Can he pass? And the win light goes to Thomas Cook-Abbott. He stays alive. He's 8.19, takes out 9.72. The win margin 0.5. Thomas Cook-Abbott marches on. Oh, the teammates. Harley Corsell and Ada Cassisi. Well, whoever wins this, there's going to be big hugs between the teams at the end of this one. Harley J. Derby awaits the winner. So I tell you what, I think Ada has been looking forward to racing Harley J in competition. But really great to see all the Maras down there all together. Oh, apart from the Wild Bunch Maras, of course, they're still to come. So Ada, 12:38, off she goes. 8:05 is the target for Harley. And that is Harley all the way. 007 reaction time there for Harley. I knew there'd be hugs. Well done. Steve Cassisi is obviously crew chief on Mark Corsell's car, and when their kids race, always good to see. But it's Harley Corsell that moves on. Right, championship permutation on this one. Purdy Hadfield needs to win this to keep her hopes alive, going up against a very tough customer indeed. Luke Fulton, winner of the COVID Cup last year. He made every final last year in Junior Dragster. Runner-up in 2 of them and won the 3rd. Different story this year, though. It's about Purdy and her quest here. .833 plays 8.1. And the win light goes to Luke Fulton. Takes that one. The win margin, get this, 0.005. Luke Fulton takes the win and he gets a bye in the next round. Purdy's championship chase is over, but what a great fight she put up. So now it is between Thomas Cook-Abbott and Harry Redshaw. Thomas has got to win the event. If not, the title goes to Harry Redshaw. Can I have VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro into the lanes. Last pair then, Jake Cooper and Mackenzie Love. Well, the win margin on that last pair, 0.005. Oof. So Mackenzie Love chasing Jake Cooper down. Here, Jake pedaling. It's the win for Mackenzie Love. The win margin 0.15. So Mackenzie Love, we're taking on Thomas Cook-Abbott. Luke Fulton gets a bye. Freddie Taylor will be taking on Caitlyn Wilson. Harley J. Derby takes on Harley Corsell. Alright, that sounds like the Super Street bikes below us. Indeed it is. So this is the last of the quarterfinals for Super Street bike. Alan Morrison Jr. and Mark Dainty. So Mark Dainty in the Kestrel Beer lane, and it's Alan Morrison Jr. in the Auto Glim lane. This is your last pair in Super Street bike. Winner of this gets Mark Hope in the semi-finals. Alan Morrison Jr. went 6.98 in qualifying. Mark Dainty went 7.19. So performance advantage for Alan. But let's see what happens on the quarter mile. 121 to 60 for Alan Morrison Jr. And he takes it with a 7.10 at 191, lose out 7.21 at 2.02. But it is Alan Morrison Jr. that goes through. Nostalgia Superstock. Eliminations round number 2. Vic Parsons taking on Jim Chandler. 10.06 the dial in for Jim. I haven't got one for Vic though. 10.33 normally, but let's see. Oh, 10.31 this time. Okay. Billadoo just has to stage to win the championship in his bye run. Jim Chandler, number 3 in the points, wants to stay in. Well, pick and choose this one. And it's Vic Parsons that takes it by 0.1. They won't be framing the reaction times, either of them. 0.3s, but nevertheless it is Vic that takes the win. So Jim Chandler can be overtaken. Well, in actual fact, Vic Parsons has just done that. All right, let's see how Chris Goodale and Paul Smell get on. The Darlings end 10.39, place 13.12. It's going to be the El Camino pickup leaving first. .10.41 takes the win on the 10.39 dial to lose out 13.08. So it's Chris through to round 3. Dave Billadoo. He's already taken the Lifestyle Championship for Nostalgia Superstock. And by taking this bye run, congratulations to Dave. He also sews up the National Championship as well. Congratulations to Dave. That ain't a bad season at all. Taking both championships, goes 10.04 on a 9.98. Dave Billadoo, your champion. All right, Don Scott taking on Guy King. So you've got one of the 3 Williams Brothers cars. The next 2 are going to meet, which will be Ollie and Spencer in the next pair. But Guy King got past Alan Medley in round 1. Don Scott got past Chris Layram. So the dial-ins, 10.12 for Guy, 9.68 for Don. Be the Black Chevelle leaving first. Don Scott goes way too soon there. So it is the King that goes through. 10, oh, he breaks out. Don doesn't break out, but with the red light already on the tree, Guy King could run it out the back door. Okay, so Ollie against Spencer, Williams Brothers Racing matchup. Whoever wins this gets a bye in the next round to the semi-finals. So it's 2 round wins for the price of 1. Spencer dialing in 11.30, Ollie 9.33. Ollie's got to basically wait for 2 seconds. Green light drag race. Ollie closing in on Spencer. And it is Ollie that takes that one. 9.37 takes the win by 0.3 at the stripe. And Ollie had 400ths on the tree as well. 0-2 for Ollie, 0-6 for Spencer. But it is Ollie who goes through and he gets a bye in the next round. We move on to Super Gas. Round 1 eliminations. Sees Andy Dibley taking on Tim Moore. Whoever wins this gets a bye in round 2. Need to keep an eye on Andy Harrison and of course Tim Adam. Wild bunch into the lanes. Wild bunch into the pairing lanes, please. So Tim Moore and Andy Dibley, 990 is the class index. 0-0-3 the win margin. Tim Moore goes 991 with a 0-6 light. Puts Andy Dibley on the trailer and Tim Moore gets a bye into the semis. Well done, Tim. Next up then, John Morton against Mark White. These two have been in the Super Gas scene for many, many years. Big wheelie off the line there for Mark White. It's John Morton that takes that one, 996 to a 993. John Morton had a 003 light. Well done, Morton. Okay, championship decider basically. If Andy Harrison wins this, it's game over. If Tim Adam wins this, he's got to go all the way to prevent Andy Harrison from taking the title. 530-point lead Andy Harrison has got coming into this pairing. But Tim Adam is the only one that can stop Andy Harrison from taking the title. If Andy Harrison, as I say, if he wins this, it's game over. Green light drag race. Is it going to be celebrations in the auto-glim lane? It is! Andy Harrison takes the Super Gas Championship, takes the round win by 0-0-4. A 999 beats a 995. Andy Harrison is your champion. Just get a nod from Simon Groves to confirm that. Thank you very much indeed. Andy Harrison, your champion. Congratulations to Andy. Right, the Fulton boys. Simon Fulton, Dave Fulton. Winner of this meets Andy Harrison in the next round. As I say, thanks ever so much indeed to the Fultons for having the TV on in the pits last night. Great to watch the boxing with that lot. Well, you guaranteed a Fulton into round 2 here. Which one is it though? It's Simon. 994 with a 9 beats a 994 with a 3. An 03 reaction to an 07. So it is Simon Fulton. Yeah, which way, Nicky? Nicky's sport for choice there, which brother to back. But it is Simon that goes through. Right, Bob Molden was your number 1 qualifier. Because of that, he gets a bye run into round 2. So he's going to pedal to the metal wheel, lift about 1,000 foot, maybe a bit before. No, he didn't. He left it late. Hence the breakout, 986, 126. So well on to Bob. Safely through. Right, next up then, VW Sportsman. Round 2 eliminations, Rob Cresswell and Stu Hodgson. Rob Cresswell already confirmed as champion in VW Sportsman. Congratulations to him. Now then, let's see if the old adage is true. When you win a championship, you lose your next race. But let's find out. 1680 plays a 1380. Rob's got to wait 3 seconds. Well, it looks like Stu Hodgson's in a different county at the stripe. Well, he was. He broke out by a massive margin, 15:37. Rob Cresswell takes the win. Congratulations to Rob. Right, next up then, it is Ethan Lyle with the rolling P, taking on Steve Stone with the Gough. The Darlings are 16:33 for Steve, 14:40 for Ethan. Oh, but Ethan puts a cherry on the tree, goes too soon. So it's Steve that takes the win. And I think Ethan knows he's gone red. 14:43 against 16:54. But it is Steve Stone taking the win. Right, it's the White Pearl Beetle of Connor Jones against the Loco Polo Daniel Bauscher. 14:10, the Darling there. 2.5 seconds and some change between them off the line. And it's going to be the Beetle that leaves first. And the Polo sets off in pursuit. And yeah, the Beetle takes that one, 16:84 on a 65 dial. Daniel was close to his Darling, but near on half a second reaction time did not do him any favours at all. So it is Connor that goes through to round number 3. Phil Jones and Bruce Harvey up next. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the semi-finals. So 15 flat, plays 15:22. Bruce Harvey has the slower ET on Darling, but at the stripe, it is Philip Jones that takes that one. 15:13, plays a 15:42. So well on to Philip. Last pair, and it's Lawrence Clark with the Thunderbug Beetle taking on Steve Metcalf with the Audi TT. The Darlings end, 15:35 for Steve, 14 flat for Lawrence, 1.35 second head start to the Audi TT. So Lawrence Clark in chase mode then. Can he catch and pass Steve Metcalf? The short answer is no. 15:36 on a 15:35 dial. Steve Metcalf just 100th off his dial. He got there first, and the Thunderbug still broke out trying to catch. Shows you how good that Steve Metcalf's run was. So congratulations to him. Right, VW Pro. Paul Day should have been alongside Guy Foley, but no sign of him there. So it is Paul Day that is taking the one on his own, and he goes into round 2. Well done, Paul. Goes 18:21. Had already put a cherry on the tree, so just needed to get it to the end of the track. Right, Lee Caudry and Paul Jackson. Can I have Sportsman ET into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET, we can have you into the lanes, please. So both in stage. Lee looking for a 12:20, 10 flat for Paul Jackson. But it matters not. Lee Caudry has taken the win. Paul Jackson went red. Oh, but he goes into the 9s again, 9:88. Good run. But it's all for now as Lee Caudry takes the win and he goes through into round 2. All right, Luke Stevenson and James Rhodes. James qualified in the number 2 spot with that mental lupo down there. 10.27 is the darling. Luke with the dragster. 9.60. And 10.40 takes the win to a lose out 10.20. So Luke Stevenson's day is over. James Rhodes takes the win. Well, here's one of your championship contenders then, James Hodson. Oh, apologies. Adrian Solly is the other one. Going alongside Abby Tether. Adrian Solly needs to win this one, otherwise the championship goes to James Hodson. The darlings, Abby, 12.91. She was number 1 qualifier as well. Adrian Solly looking for an 11.20. Oh, sounds like Adrian's got a bit of a misfire there. That's hurting badly, so his only hope is if Abby breaks out, which she hasn't. 13.51 takes the win. And I just get confirmation on this one. I believe James Hodson has just taken the championship. He has indeed, so well done to James. Adrian Solly falls at the first hurdle. Next up then, Rob Carter and Graham Fairhead. So it's the Misfit Type 3 taking on the Audi S4. $12.55 the darling for the S4, 11.30 for the Type 3. It's going to be the Audi Estate going first. Well, Graham certainly drawn alongside. Looks like he's pulling ahead now. And takes the win with a 12.10 against the lose out 13.53. So well done to Graham. All right, 2 more pairs to go. Next up, James Gould and Dave Crowhurst. 10.85 plays 9.63. But James Gould just breaks the beams a little bit too early, puts a cherry on the tree. So it is Dave Crowhurst that takes the win. 9.66, good run there for Dave as well. Lose out 11.70, but the cherry was already on the tree. So Carl Goldsmith has an opportunity to put this year's champion on the trailer. James Hodson with Adrian Solly going out in his matchup against Abby Tether. James Hodson is your champion in VW Pro this year. So can Top Fuel Carl put him away. Well, whatever happens here, Carl Goldsmith has earned himself some money. Yeah, look at the reaction time for Carl Goldsmith. It's all the zeros. 0, 0, 0, 0. He lost the race, unfortunately, with 11.59. James Hodson goes through with 11.21. But Top Fuel Carl, 50 quid bonus for perfect reaction time. And he had all the zeros there. Well done to Carl. But it's James Hodson that goes through. Well, somebody in VW Pro better let Carl know that one. But all the zeros on reaction time, outstanding. Right, we go to Wild Bunch. It's semi-final time, and the Wild Bunch, it's pretty tight. Mark Courcelle leads the points chase from the Rebel team. And then it's Phil James after that. So, Pete Brown taking on Phil James. Outlaw flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please. Outlaw flat 4, can we have you into the lanes? Alright, so then, let's see who wins this one. We'll have a look at the points chase. Oh, that's close at the stripe. It is Pete Brown that takes it. 8.62 against the loser at 9.53. Win margin was 0.3. It's Pete Brown that takes it. So let's have a look at the points. That eliminates Phil James. So it is now between Mark Courcelle and the Rebel team. Now then, unfortunately, Bob Hawkins not making the call, so it is going to be a solo for Mark Courcelle. And quite simply, when Mark breaks the beams, he's into the final, and then the final of the Wild Bunch will be between Rebel and Ballbreaker, and whichever car wins that takes the title. It's that simple. You can't beat it when it comes down to a final to decide a championship. It just makes everything that little bit more nervous, just that little more entertaining. Done. All right, well done to the Rebel team. Into the final. Excellent job. Well done. Right, so we are on to Sportsman ET. Georgina Smith on a bye run. All right, well, we have a bizarre situation in the Wild Bunch. We'll come to that a little bit later on, but everything's not what it seems. All right, Rob Cresswell and Connor Holt. So Rob sets off looking for 1380, Connor looking for a 1335. Georgina awaits in round 3. $13.96, Rob Cresswell takes the win. Hold on to Rob, so he's marching on. So he can still act as a spoiler, but it all depends on what happens between Dan Holloway and Gary Lake. Whoever goes further in eliminations should take the title. If they both fall early, Rob Cresswell is there to pick up the pieces. Gary's got the harder journey because if Dan wins his next race, he gets a bye into the semis. But let's have a look at this pair first. Gary Lake and Holly Walters. Holly Darling in 15.75. Gary Lake 14.14. Holly sets off. There goes Gary. And the win light goes to... Oh, it's Holly. Takes it by 0.14. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. So that is Gary Lake eliminated. Right, Scott, have a look at the points once again. I think well, we'll see what happens. It's now between Dan Holloway and Rob Cresswell. Dan is already ahead of Gary Lake because he had 60 points more coming into this pairing. So even if Dan loses this, he stays ahead of Gary. He is ahead of Felicity. So as things stand now, Dan Holloway is in the lead of the championship for Sportsman ET. And I believe only Rob Cresswell can now stop him. Well, there goes Truck Norris. Jeff Cowley. Trying to close him down. Dan is out in front and there's not a lot of real estate left. Dan is on the brakes. Dan Holloway takes the win there, 16.43 to lose out 15.20. And Dan has got a bye into the semi-finals. So then we look back at the points. And I'm not even going to try and work it out. But I think Dan's got one hand on the trophy there. Right, Kirsty Tram taking on Chris Wynn. So Kirsty Tram sets off in pursuit with the 13.98 Darling, trying to close down Chris Wynn on a 17.65. And it's Kirsty taking the win there, 14.47 to lose at 18.04. Right then, update on Sportsman ET. Georgina Smith will be taking on Rob Cresswell. Kirsty Tram will be taking on Gary Lake. Sorry. It wasn't Gary, it was Holly. And Dan Holloway has got a bye. When Dan takes that bye, he's champion. So all he's got to do is stage, and Dan Holloway is your Sportsman ET champion for 2021, which means he retains the number one, which he put on the car in 2019. Obviously the COVID Cup didn't count towards national championships last year. So in effect, it's 2 national championships in a row for Dan Holloway. Congratulations to him. But all he's got to do is stage, and his job done for him. Right, Outlaw Flat 4 up next. Round 1 eliminations. Right, I'll tell you what, whilst we're doing a tiny bit of track prep out there, going to give the radio station Nitro FM the airways for a moment, and we'll take it back shortly. Thanks so much indeed. that sets off. And there goes Ronnie Mercer in pursuit. Oh, look at that, Ronnie Mercer. 903 at the stripe. He had a 008 light there. Lee's got to work for it. It's Lee Huxley, and congratulations then to Lee. He takes the Pro ET Championship with that run. Puts Neil on the trailer, unfortunately, 9:42 to lose out and break out 11:40. But Lee Huxley, your champion in Modjestang Pro ET. The rule of thumb is whoever wins this will race Lee in the next round, and the champ normally loses his first race after winning a championship. But let's see what happens. Good looking drag race here between Mark Huxley and James Oliver. And it is Mark Huxley that takes that one. James Oliver, bang on his number, 9:35.00, and he had an 07 light and lost. Mark Huxley, 10:08. He had a 0.4 light, the win margin 0.15, but that is 2 perfect runs in one weekend for James Oliver. And Amy falls 9.65, win margin 0.3. Will Clark takes that one. Looks fairly close at the stripe, and it is a 10.20 taking the win against a 10 flat 0.2. The win margin. Lee Morris moves on. So, third round matchups then for Pro ET. It's the Huxley boys, Mark and Lee, taking on each other. Lee Morris will take on Will Clark. Tom Watkins will take on Andy Garnett. And Simon Gough taking on Bob Molden. Oh, that's right. bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the #1 spot. And Kev Solo. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7 hundredths off the line advantage at a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Oh, massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3.30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So, low 6-second car. Oh, arrow straight down Broadway. Absolutely outstanding once again. 6.15 at 235 miles an hour. And Dave Smith, well, not there either. So it is Ross Morrison. But it's all about Venn on this. 125 to Ross's 122 to 60. Oh, that's close at the stripe. Venn takes it. 7.39 at 2.01 to a lose out. Autoglim Lane, Jake Michelle in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Neck and neck to the 60. Looks like Jake's got his nose in front, and Jake takes it. 6.96, 2.07. Unbelievable. Oh, just ridiculously smooth. With another 6.84, 211.9 miles an hour. It's almost rude. Well on to the ugly team. 6.84 at 2.11. Sets off. There goes Ronnie Mercer in. 9.88. There we go. So Lucas Dalglish ran a 12.42. James 9.88, and James disappearing into the distance. It goes 9.76 for the win. Quicker than he did with his qualifying run. And Lucas loses out there with a 13.76. Well done to James. Into round 2. And he is your champion. Right, Paul Bate on his own. Unfortunately, Johnny Marriage not being able to make the call, and did see some social media posts with regards to Johnny's car, and not very healthy at all, and commiserations to Johnny, but we know Miss White will be back stronger next year. So Paul Bate went 10.79 in qualifying. There's 10.88, 121 there. Right, here's your number 1 qualifier then. Oh, no, he's not. No, Danny Pike. Well, apologies there. I thought it didn't sound quite like an Outlaw Flat 4 doing a burnout down there. But Danny Pike unable to make the call, so Darren Sheppel to get a bye into the final. And that'd be James Wootton against Paul Bate at the other side of the ladder. Right, we move on to Funny Bike Eliminations round number 1. Kev Osman and Dave Peters. Again, another heads-up class. First to the top end wins. Simple as that. Only 100th between these two in qualifying, 8.28 and 8.29. That matters not. It's all about the race. Dave Peters out in front. Kev Osman trying to close him down. Oh, that was a bit closer than we thought it was going to be. 8.50 for Dave Peters. Kev was closing in at the stripe, but Dave Peters takes it with an 8.50 to a lose out, 8.69. So for Leeks Landscapes then, the funny bikes continue. Next pair. Mark Smith for Warp Speed Racing, qualified number 2 spot with a 7.21, going alongside Roger Moore with the Boxer Frogs Racing machine. Didn't have the best time in qualifying, but it's all about the race now. Lucy just pushing Roger up to the line. Good looking run. Oh, smoke. Everything on that one. 7.45 plays a 7.82. Mark Smith takes the win by 0.13. Roger Moore had the reaction time advantage and very, very close at half track. But it is Mark Smith that takes the win. No, just hope Mark's not wounded, because that was spoken quite badly as he was going between the quarter. Well, between the 8th and the quarter. But no, track's clear. Very good to continue. Jerry Lukes and Tony Clark up next. Right, waiting to come up to the line basically. Tony Clark and Jerry Lukes. Mark Smith awaits the winner of this one. Tony Clark away nicely. And straightens up before he gets to the stripe. Goes 7.79 against a loser at 9.05. So Tony Clark into the semis. Right, Stu Crane to go. But no sign of him. Okay, so Stu Crane a no-show. Right, we move on to comp bike. Louis Davis. Can he get a 6? This is his last opportunity. Well, this year, basically, he's got 2 runs to get that magic 6. He went 7.05 in qualifying. He has been 7.00. Really wants that 6. Come on, Goose. Come on, Goose. Smoking badly at the stripe. 7.12, 176. He's into the final. He's already champion as well. But that 6 is eluding him at the moment. Right, other side of that, and then it's going to be Chris Neary on a solo. Unfortunately, Jordan Kenway done a fair bit of damage to the bike. So commiserations to Jordan. So it is going to be Chris Neary going for a solo, and he will book his spot in the final. Next up is Super Comp. So Chris, all he needs to do is break the beams. Not sure he's going to take the run or not. No, Chris probably will. Yeah, good lad. Got a bit of a wait before we run finals towards the end of the day. And 8.35 takes the win. All right, we're into Super Comp. So Alan Schofield taking the solo into the semi-finals in Super Comp. And he goes 8.95. Well done, Alan. All right, Steve Field. Beautiful little slingshot appearing into... Alongside Leah Kellett, Dolly Daydream, already confirmed as champion in Super Comp this season. Well, apologies for the breaking commentary just for a moment there. But when people come up, and see you bring cakes, it's always worthwhile. So I will share them. I'll have one on Monday, one on Tuesday, one on Wednesday. Well done, Carl. Congratulations. Quadruple 0 on the reaction times there. Shame you lost the race, but nice to get some extra money. Well done, mate. Awesome. So, Steve Field and Leah Kellett. This is eliminations round number 1 for Super Comp. Well, Leah's got a battle on here, but then Steve Field's just ace 70. Breakout from Steve Field. That was always going to happen. But Leah Kellett takes the win, and Leah gets a bye to the finals. Well done to Leah. Right, it's the Hudsons taking on each other here. Steve Hudson and Paul Hudson, no relation at all. So 8.90 the name. All the game here. Aim of the game even. Open stage, lights go green. Looks like Steve Hudson is out in front and he stays there. 8.95 to take the win. Steve Hudson takes on Alan Schofield in the semi-finals. On the other side of the ladder, Liam Kellett gets the bye. Right, we move on to 8.50 bike eliminations, round number 1. Yep, it's that late in the day, or that far into the day, before we see 8.50. And it's Joe Elliott and Alan Morrison. Oh, Joe goes red. Alan Morrison gets the win. He goes 8.71 against a lose out, 8.73 for Joe, but Joe had already gone red. Alan Morrison into the semis and he gets a bye into the final. Next up, Ian Critchlow taking on Patrick Rawnsley. Critchlow, sorry, Patrick Rawnsley goes red, so Critch has got the win. Goes 8.62 against the lose out 9 flat, but Critch takes it. Right, last pair, Jay Rowe and Jasmine Cordell. Can I please have Pro Modified into the pairing lanes, please? Pro Modified. Can we have you into the pairing lanes? Green light drag race, but unfortunately issues there for Jazz. Jay looks over his shoulder and lifts off to a 9.01. Jazz goes through with a 10.77. Okay, 9.50 bike. Jay Rowe basically confirmed as champion there in 8.50 bike. Congratulations to him, but it's all to play for in 9.50. Craig Wright here taking on Phil Harrison. Craig needs to go round, stay ahead of Rich Sawatsky. Craig looking over his shoulder, and Craig takes it 9.74 to a lose at 9.67. Craig Wright doing all he can. Right, Bradley Hare taking on Rick Sawatsky. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. Forget about what they ran in qualifying. It's all about getting to the top end first without breaking out, without putting a red on the tree. It's a green light drag race. Is it Brad? Is it Rick? It is Rick Sawatsky. 9.53 beats a 9.56, win margin 0.4. So basically Rick has got a bye into the final. Oh boy, is it going to be tense down there. Right, Martin Hallett, he has a bye here. Martin Hallett is 3 in the points. He was 4 in the points, just moved up to number 3. He can't win the championship, so it is down to what happens between Martin and Craig in the semi-finals. Will have an outcome on the championship. If Craig could get past Martin, And then it's Craig versus Rick for the title in 850 bike. This is junior drag bike. And the points are neck and neck between Casey Holgate and Holly King. If one of them falls, not literally, if one of them loses and the other one wins their round race, it's game over. But they can meet in the final. Meggie Talbot and Holly King, your first pair. 11:40, Darling plays 9:50, Darling. Green light drag race. Oh, but Meggie's got a problem there. So Holly, as long as she doesn't break out, will take the win. And she has done. So Holly King takes the win. She books her spot in the final. Right, it's over to the other side of the ladder then. Casey Holgate and Lyra Humber. If Casey wins this, it sets up the final, and whoever wins the final wins the Junior Drag Bike Championship. Darling's then 16:32 for Lyra. Casey is 10 flat. Lyra will be leaving first. There she goes. It's a green light for her. Green light for Casey. Now then, Casey needs to win this, or else the title goes to Holly. And she does win it. 10:16. Win margin 0.09. A 16:34 and a 32 for Lyra. Really, really close. But the reaction time advantage for Casey gave her the win there. So it sets up the dream final. Casey Holgate for Holly King. And whoever wins the final takes the championship. Can't ask for any more than that. Right, we look into the lanes. Look into the computer screens. It is Comp Eliminator. Round number 2. Nick Williams. Head of the lanes. He's got a bye run. And Nick Williams already confirmed as champion in Comp Eliminator. Congratulations to Nick and the rest of the Williams brothers team. But the battle royal is between Dan Williams and Jordan Payne for second. Jordan has got to race Rob Smallworth, and Dan has got to race Robin Orthodoxu. Whoever wins that Dan Williams-Robin Orthodoxu battle gets a bye in the semis to the final. So there's a lot at stake on that one. All become very clear. So, just waiting for... Well, that's right, I can't see Nick in any rush to come around the corner. And that's right, we're going into a bit of track prep, actually, so it gives us a chance to catch a breather up here. Nitro FM and 96.2 been with us all day long, all weekend long, and always there for us when we need music, tunes and adverts, you name it. They've got it all down there. And do you know what? Their airwaves are going to be taken over once again. Thanks very much indeed, Nitro FM. It's all yours. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the number 1 spot. And Kev Solo. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Opening stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7 hundredths off the line advantage. You had a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Oh, massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3:30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So, low 6-second car. Oh, arrow straight down Broadway. Absolutely outstanding once again. 6.15 at 235 miles an hour. And Dave Smith, well, not there either. So it is Ross Morrison. But it's all about Venn on this. 125 to Ross's 122 to 60. Oh, that's close at the stripe. Venn takes it. 7.39 at 2:01 to a lose out. Autoglim Lane, Jake Michelle in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Neck and neck to the 60. Looks like Jake's got his nose in front, and Jake takes it. 6.96, 2:07. Unbelievable. Oh, just ridiculously smooth. With another 6.84, 211.9 miles an hour. It's almost rude. Well on to the ugly team. 6.84 at 2:11. Sets off, and there goes Ronnie Mercer in pursuit. Oh, look at that, Ronnie Mercer. 9.03 at the stripe. He had a 0.08 light there. Lee's got to work for it. It's Lee Huxley, and congratulations then to Lee. He takes the Pro ET Championship with that run. Puts Neil on the trailer, unfortunately. 9.42 to lose out and break out 11.40. But Lee Huxley, your champion in Modusang Pro ET. The rule of thumb is whoever wins this will race Lee in the next round, and the champ normally loses his first race after winning a championship. But let's see what happens. Good looking drag race here between Mark Huxley and James Oliver. And it is Mark Huxley that takes that one. James Oliver, bang on his number, 9.35.00, and he had an 0.7 light and lost. Mark Huxley, 10.08. He had a 0.4 light, the win margin 0.15. But that is 2 perfect runs in one weekend for James Oliver. And Amy falls 9.65, win margin 0.3. Will Clark takes that one. Looks fairly close at the stripe, and it is a 10.20 taking the win against a 10 flat 0.2. The win margin. Lee Morris moves on. So, third round matchups then for Pro ET. It's the Huxley boys, Mark and Lee, taking on each other. Lee Morris will take on Will Clark. Tom Watkins will take on Andy Garnett. And Simon Gough taking on Bob Molden. The number 3 of the points wants to stay in. Well, pick and choose this one. And it's Vic Parsons that takes it by 0.1. They won't be framing the reaction times, either of them. Place 13-12. It's going to be the El Camino pickup, leaving first. .10.41 takes the win on a 10.39 dial to lose out 13.08. So it's Chris through to round 3. Dave Billadou. And by taking this by run, congratulations to Dave. He also sews up the national championship as well. Congratulations to Dave. That ain't a bad season at all. Taking both championships, goes 10.04 on a 9.98. Camaro. And he gets a bye into the semi-finals here. And congratulations to Nick Williams, who has taken the Comp Eliminator Championship this year. And as far as I know, he is the only driver, I mean, somebody could confirm this for me, the only driver to win a championship driving 3 different cars in one season. And the reason for that, he started the season off with the Impala. That was sold. So then he got his green 69 Camaro out at one meeting, and then this car arrived, so he switched into the Copo. So 3 different cars for Nick. And adjusting to each one of them. Can I please have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? Pro ET. So Nick been running nice 8.6 passes, doesn't need to go flat out on this one. And exactly the right thing to do if you know anything about comp racing. Goes 9.53 at just 98 miles an hour and saves Law on the job, doesn't pull the chute either. Well done, Nick, into the semis. Okay, Jordan Payne and Rob Smallworth up next. So the Dirty Dog 55 Chevy against the Sticky Situation Corvette. Quite simply, it's a heads-up drag race. Forget about the index, they're both on the same, 7.99, there's no breakouts. Whoever gets to the top end first will win, simple as that. And when they run to the same index, the tree will count them down at the same time. So final adjustment for the wheelie bar on the back of the 55 Chevy, which is now completed. Into stage, tree caps are down. Oh, Rox Woolworth goes too soon. It's Jordan Payne that's going to take the win. Takes it with an 8.02 to lose out 7.70. Jordan had backed off, realised that the win light was on for him. So it is Jordan into the semis. Okay, Dan Williams taking on Robin Orthodoxou. Dan must win this one. If he's going to keep Jordan at bay in the points chase. So Robin's done his burnout, and obviously Dan doesn't do his burnout across the start line, so there's no point in him getting ready to go whilst Robin is still reversing back. So once Robin is in position, then Dan will do his burnout. Basically Dan will just roll up to the beams whilst Robin is getting ready. The idea being that they are both ready to go at the same time. So it's the Chaos Brothers against the Williams Brothers. Spencer Tram just lining up down in the ideal spot. So it's the Blue Chevelle against the T Altered. Index they race to is 1061 to 745. Wheels down off the line there for Dan. Robin closing him down. This is going to be tight at the stripe, and it is Robin Orthodoxou with a 6.99 taking the win there. Dan goes 10.16, win margin point 0.6, and Robin had 600ths in the bag in reaction time, and that's where the difference was. And Robin will get a bye into the final. Right, we move on to Pro Modified. So, Bobby Wallace and Kev Slyfield. Well, what a matchup this is. Kev, eliminations round 1, went 6.04. Bobby Wallace went 6.06. Quite simply, Kev Slyfield has to win if he wants to keep that championship alive. If he loses this, it's basically game over. The title becomes Nick Davis. Nick Davis has a 5-point lead coming into eliminations. And of course, if Kev wins this and Nick Davis wins his pairing, then it's a race in the final to determine this year's championship. But two tough contenders in the form of Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont. But it's this pair that we're going to concentrate on first. Bobby Wallace is in the Kestrel beer lane. Kev Slyfield is in the Auto Glim lane. Pro Modified semi-final, first pair. Both in pre-stage. They're both in. Bobby getting a bit out of shape. Kev Slyfield has got the lead, and Kev goes into the final with 6.0000. It was nearly another 5-second pass. Bobby goes 6.35. The short numbers. Kev 0.999 to a 0.97. And then it's Kev the rest of the way. 261 to 276. 392 at the 8th for Kev against a 422. But Bobby was moving all around his lane. And at the stripe, Kev Slyfield books his spot into the final. 6 flat completely at 237.35. Well done, Kev. Now then, the attention switches to the other matchup. Nitrous Camaro of Jean Delemont. Turboed Firebird of Nick Davis. If Jean wins this race, your champion for 2021 is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins this race, it goes down to the wire and the final will decide the championship. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, on performance this weekend, there's nothing between them. Nick Davis in qualifying went 6.00. Jean Delemont this morning went 6.01 when he defeated Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, the performances of the Pro Mods have been so tight this weekend. It's been phenomenal. I know quite a few European teams are tuned in as well. Absolutely gutted for Michel Turenne that couldn't make eliminations today. Unfortunately hurt the car, couldn't get it repaired. But we so look forward to having all of our European teams back with us. It was so good to see David Vector and Bruno Bada a few weeks ago when they fought it out in the final for the European shootout. But here we are again, bathed in sunshine. The second semi-final. Nick Davis and Jean Delemont, they're both into pre-stage. You can hear the revs building up for Nick. He's in stage. It's green. Nick Davis away first, but with tyre shake. But he recovers it well, but it's neck and neck. Oh, it's a close one. It's Jean Delemont with 6.03 to a lose-out 6.29 for Nick Davis. Jean Delemont goes into the final against Kev Slyfield. I'm just going to turn to Simon Groves. I just want a confirmation. It's done. Kev Slyfield is your Pro Mod champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. He's still got a race to win, but he's basically won the war. Well done. Great effort from the team of US Automotive with Rob Loring, Nick Davis, and the rest of the gang down there. But what a season it's been. The short numbers, 105 against 1 flat, and 396 at the 8th for Jean against 426. But it was the tyre shake for Nick Davis. Was really rattling him. I mean, the speed at the stripe for Nick, 245 miles an hour. He was trying everything to close it down, but it just didn't happen. It's not over for Pro Mod yet. We've got Andy Robinson coming round for a time trial run. A little bit of an added bonus for you here. Well, Andy Robinson out here on a test pass, getting more data. 6.12 he ran in qualifying. Bobby Wallace defeated him in eliminations, round number 1. But the anger management 2.0 Camaro is an absolute work of art from Robinson Race Cars. Andy, Lou, Hauser, Stephanie Kane, the whole team, Ben as well. So good to have them back here at Sandpod Raceway. So good to see Andy Robinson back on the quarter mile. We'd missed him for a couple of years. He'd still been here, but without a car. But now he's back, and it's so good to see them. Hauser just bringing Andy up to the line. Let's see what he's got for us then. Andy Robinson, anger management 2.0. .623 at 238, 103 to 60, and 416 at 186 to the 8th. Andy Robinson. Nice little checkout pass. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Right, next up, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator. And it's eliminations round number 2. Gotta say, massive thanks to the Higgs family up in the grandstands, I think, watching this, but they just delivered some very nice cakes up here, and the timing crew and our officials said thank you very much indeed, and I think they brought 7 cakes up and there's only 1 left, so thanks very much indeed to the Higgs family. So, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator Semi-Finals sees Mark Todd with the Aston Martin 6 Appeal, going alongside James Murray with the Cortina Estate. And James got a new power plant in the Cortina. And watch this car develop over the next season or 2, and you'll start seeing this thing going very quick. Whoa, too much power again for Mark, but gathers it up nicely. 8.14 at 149. Looks his spot in the final. Right, Al Mack already confirmed as runner-up in this year's Top Speed Automotive Street Elimination Championship. Congratulations to Al. But there's just been no stopping the march of Andy Bond and the Oakley team. New speed record set this weekend, 213.09. Qualified with a 6.80. That's already been backed up with a 6.82. And that is new ET record. He's your champion as well. There's nothing you can do to stop him. Andy Bond out in front, and he goes 7.08 at 2.06 to a lose out. 7.70 for Al Mack. Al Mack getting quicker and quicker, almost into the 7.6s now. Right, Pro ET eliminations, round number 3. Lee Huxley, Mark Huxley. Right, Lee is confirmed as champion. Let's see if Mark can knock him out. Well, I mean that very nicely indeed, because it's an old adage, when you become champion you lose your next race. Brian Huxley stood in the middle between the two boys. Mark Huxley beat a perfect run from James Waller in the previous round. His reaction time was better. So Lee Huxley is in stage. He's dialed in 9.38. Mark is 10.08. Oh, Oh, Mark Huxley goes red. It's Lee that takes the win. That's a shame, actually. I was hoping Mark would give him a good race there. Goes 10.13 to a 9.45. Lee Huxley into the semis. Right, Tom Watkins alongside Andy Garnett. Right, so Tom Watkins can do himself a big favour here if he wins. But it's going to be the Tesla leaving first on 11.05, darling. Goes green. Tom goes green as well. So who's got the better package then? 11.05 against 9.06. It is the Tesla. 11.07 takes over 9.19 there for Tom, not good enough. Andy Garnett takes the win. Right then, so Tom Watkins just eliminates himself there. So we've got to look now at future points depending on how Simon Gough gets on, because Tom has just, well, I think Tom's climbed to second in
the championship.
Right, so Simon Gough takes the win there. So he's gone one round further than Tom. 868 on an 868 dial. He was going to be tough to beat. But with Bob going round, makes life a little bit easier. Last pair, Lee Morris, Will Clark. Well, again, we need to get our calculators out, because if Si can win the final, he can move up to second, I think, but we'll see how that one pans out. Can I have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, can we have you into the pairing lanes? Lee Morris and Will Clark, your last pair in Pro ET. 9.91 for Will, but it's going to be Lee Morris leaving first with a 10.14 dial-in. Both go green. Oh, breakout for Will Clark. 10.14 with a 7 takes it. In actual fact, looking at what Lee Morris did, Will could not win that one. He took the stripe by 003, but in doing so broke out by 400. So it's Lee that goes through to race Lee Huxley. Andy Garnett taking on Simon Gough in semi-finals of Pro ET. Right, looking around the corner, can see a Super Pro. Head of the lanes, Harrison Brown. As the afternoon progresses, there will be some gaps, as obviously cars and bikes will be hot lapping and getting themselves ready to come down for their next round of eliminations. We've got quite a few finals set already, actually. Street Eliminator is final set with Andy Bond and Mark Todd. Pro Modified final is set with Kev Slyfield and Jean Delemont. Junior Drag Bike final is set with Holly King and Casey Holgate, and that is a championship decider. Comp Bike sees Louis Davis taking on Chris Neary in the final. Louis already confirmed as champion there. Top Fuel Bike, Al Smith and Steve Woollatt, and that will be a championship decider depending on what happens with numbers there. And the Wild Bunch, we are down to the final there as well. A lot of other classes are at semi-final stage. Super Pro, they're just about to do their round 2 to make their semi-finals. We've still got Nostalgia Superstock, and behind that VW Sportsman. So it's going to be quite entertaining as the afternoon continues here. Nostalgia Superstock, final warning, we need you into the lanes, please. Nostalgia Superstock, final warning, we do need you into the pairing lanes, please. Just going to hand the airways over to Nitro FM. I've got the elimination ladders to sort out up here, so if Nitro FM, you can take the airwaves just for a moment. It won't be for long. In actual fact, it might even be less than that. In actual fact, no, Harrison's still got to get in his car. Nitro FM, airwaves are yours. So, Bobby Wallace and Kev Slyfield. Well, what a matchup this is. Kev, in eliminations round 1, went 6.04. Bobby Wallace went 6.06. Quite simply, Kev Slyfield has to win if he wants to keep that championship alive. If he loses this, it's basically game over. The title becomes Nick Davis. Davis has a 5-point lead coming into eliminations. And of course, if Kev wins this and Nick Davis wins his pairing, then it's a race in the final to determine this year's championship. But two tough contenders in the form of Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont, but it's this pair that we're going to concentrate on first. Bobby Wallace is in the Kestrel beer lane. Kev Slyfield is in the Auto Glim lane. Pro modified semi-final, first pair. Both in pre-stage. They're both in. Bobby getting a bit out of shape. Kev Slyfield has got the lead, and Kev goes into the final with 6.0000. It was nearly another 5-second pass. Bobby goes 6.35. The short numbers. Kev 0.999 to a 0.97. And then it's Kev the rest of the way. 261 to 276. 392 at the 8th for Kev against a 422, but Bobby was moving all around his lane. And at the stripe, Kev Slyfield books his spot into the final, 6 flat completely at 237.35. Well done, Kev. Now then, the attention switches to the other matchup. Nitrous Camaro of Jean Delemont. Turboed Firebird of Nick Davis. If Jean wins this race, your champion for 2021 is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins this race, it goes down to the wire and the final will decide the championship. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, on performance this weekend, there's nothing between them. Nick Davis in qualifying went 6.00. Jean Delemont this morning went 6.01 when he defeated Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, the performances of the Pro Mods have been so tight this weekend. It's been phenomenal. I know quite a few European teams are tuned in as well. Absolutely gutted for Michel Turenne that couldn't make eliminations today. Unfortunately hurt the car, couldn't get it repaired. But we so look forward to having all of our European teams back with us. It was so good to see David Vector and Bruno Bada a few weeks ago when they fought it out in the final for the European shootout. But here we are again, bathed in sunshine. The second semi-final. Nick Davis, Jean Delemont, they're both into pre-stage. You can hear the revs building up for Nick. He's in stage. It's green. Nick Davis away first, but with tyre shake. but he recovers it well, but it's neck and neck. Oh, it's a close one. It's Jean de Le Mans with 6:03 to a lose-out 6:29 for Nick Davis. Jean de Le Mans goes into the final against Kev Slyfield. I'm just going to turn to Simon Groves. I just want a confirmation. It's done. Kev Slyfield is your Pro Mod champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. He's still got a race to win, but he's basically won the war. Well done. Great effort from the team of US Automotive with Rob Loring. The Bluebird is out there just putting some traction down, so Nitro FM, I thought we were almost ready for Super Pro actually, but the Bluebird is just out there. So a couple of messages from them. Can I please have VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, and we'll be back with you shortly. So we're back racing once again. Can I please have VW Pro and Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please? VW Pro and Junior Dragster to the pairing lanes, please. Super Pro ET is where we're at, and we're about to set the semi-finals. First up will be Harrison Brown taking on Pete Walters. Well, fair to say that Harrison's got a handle on this Camaro is an understatement. Absolutely beautiful burnout there. Going alongside Pete Walters with the reloaded Dragster. Running its best ever numbers this weekend in the mid-sevens. Well, in fact, there's only 1100s between these two on Darlin. 768 for Harrison, 757 for Pete. So they're both into pre-stage. The yellow Camaro leaving first. Oh, Harrison goes red by 0.004. Oh, so close. And he went 770, but the win light, it's a breakout, but it doesn't matter. 0.5 reaction time, 7:55. It's Pete Walton into the semis. Rocket, Ron Bartlett with sweet FA. He's got to win this if he wants to keep any hopes of a championship alive. If not, it's pretty much game over. Obviously, we've got to see how Billy gets on against Laura. But Ron Bartlett has picked a toughie here. Joe Kellett, #1 qualifier, former junior dragster champion. He's killer on the tree. And if you're #1 qualifier, you can run your numbers, that's for sure. So Ron dialing an 8:25. He's going to be leaving first. Let's not distract ourselves from how good a racer Ron Bartlett is. Can run his number, can cut a light as well. This is a good one. Well, game over for Ron Bartlett. He went too soon. Joe did as well. They both pulled reds, but Ron pulled his first. He went 8:27 against 59. But it's Joe Kellett that goes through. And Ron Bartlett's title chase is over. A phenomenal season, though. I'm not taking anything away from Ron. He's going to end up in the #3 spot. It's down to Billy. See what he can do. Taking on Laura Turberville. Billy's won his fair share of races in the past. He won the Sun-led Door Slammers this year. Added some coffers to his racing funds. Again, Laura, another toughie, another one from the Junior Dragster Hall of Fame. That's fact, looking at the moment, Pete Walters came from the juniors, Joe Kellett has come from the juniors. Let's see what happens with the next pair. Billy and Laura, the darlings, 8:57, pace 7:88. It's going to be Billy away first. Tight at the top, but it's Billy Gaine that takes it. 8:61 to lose out, 7:91. That in effect is a whole shot victory. 0-2 on the tree for Billy. So he's into the semis and he keeps his championship alive. But it could be for now as Barry Giles takes it. It's only Billy Gaine that can stop Barry Giles now. Points difference coming into today was 340 points. Billy's just gone to the semi-finals. Obviously, I'll be looking over at Simon to find out computations. If Barry wins it, is it game over? It is, right. So, quite simply, Barry Giles, with the Giles and Harley Dragster, if he wins this, they become Super Pro champions. If he loses, Billy Gaine has to win the event. Alan Didwell, though, a very, very tough customer indeed. Alan qualified number 4, Barry qualified number 8. Green light drag racing. Now then, 773 plays a 745. Alan Didwell's out in front and takes the win. Barry Giles eliminated. With an 842 is Alan Didwell. 776. Oh, it's not over yet. Sportsman ET, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Sportsman ET. So, calculator's working away. Billy Gaine needs to win the event to take the title. If not, it goes to Giles and Hartley. So Billy has got to win his next 2 races. His next one is against Joe Kellett. That is tough. Right, time trial run for Scott Hauser. So this is out of competition. Wow, 738, 176. Nicely done, sir. Can we please have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Thank you very much. Right, next up then, Guy King, Vic Parsons. This is round 3 eliminations of Nostalgia Superstock to set semi-finals. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. Guy King dialing in 10-12. Vic Parsons 10-39. Vic will be leaving first. Let's keep an eye on the tree, make sure there's no reds. Then it is a duel to the finish. Green light drag race. Neck and neck. And it's Guy King. It's a double breakout, but by the lesser amount. Guy King takes it 10:09 to a 10:31. Guy King gets to the semis and he gets a bye into the finals. Guy King has got himself a trophy today. Next up, Dave Bilodeau, the champ, taking on Chris Goodale. Chris goes green. Dave goes green. 10:39 plays 10:02. And it is a 10:19 taking the win for Dave Bilodeau. Slightly off pace run there for Chris Goodale. But it is Dave into the semis. Right, James Oliver, he gets a bye here. 9:33 is his dial-in. He went perfect in Pro ET in his last race there, but unfortunately the reaction time led him down a fraction, and it wasn't a bad one. It's just that Mark Huxley had a better overall package. So, Ollie. Beautiful launch as always. 06 light, nothing wrong with that. Let's have a look at the number at the stripe. 9:35. So, semi-final set in Nostalgia Superstock. Guy King for Williams Brothers Racing gets a bye into the final. Is it going to be his teammate Ollie, or is it going to be Dave Bilodeau? As it's going to be Ollie and Dave the other side of the ladder. VW Sportsman. Rob Cresswell, the champion, taking on Steve Stone. Whoever wins this gets into the semis and a bye into the finals. It's just the odd number of competitors. You get a couple of byes thrown in. That's how you all work it out. Steve Stone looking for 16.55. Rob looking for 13.80. And Rob Cresswell breaks out. He took the stripe but went too quick. 16.62 takes the win. Steve, takes it. And he's made himself a finalist at the same time. He's got a bye in the semis. Right, next up, Connor Jones and Steve Metcalf. The Darlings then 16.70 for the White Pearl Beetle. 15.35 for the Audi TT. Well, Connor Jones, fair way out in front, but here comes Steve with the Audi. And it is Connor that takes it, 16.77 to a lose out 15.80. All right, Phil Jones with a solo here. All he needs to do is break the beams, but I've got some strong suspicion that Phil's going to take it all the way through. Dials in 15 flat. .13 on the reaction time. I can read that out because he's got no competitor in the other lane. Some of these people have radios in the cars, can hear what we're saying in commentary, so that's why we don't read out reaction times if it's a race. And also some people have crew to drive at radio. 15.46, so well done to Phil. So that's VW Sportsman semi-final set. Right, ET Bike, let's set their semi-finals. Paul Adams and Gary Hester. Paul Adams dials in 9.04, Gary Hester 8.95. And 9.13 takes the win to a lose at 9.16, so well done to Paul. Next up then, Robbie Dobby taking on Michael Gooding. 9.10 the dial in for Michael. Robbie dialing in 11.60. 2.5 seconds difference on the tree. So Robbie out in front with Michael doing the chasing. And Michael takes it there, 9.22 against the lose at 12.30. So Michael into the semis. Right, Phil Pratt, and very good afternoon, Pat, watching at home. Congratulations once again to Phil for taking the championship once again. Going alongside Peter Harrison, the Darlings then, 9.04 for Phil, 10.90 for Peter. Oh, red light. Sorted already. So Phil Pratt puts his spot in the semis. Goes 9.20 against the lose out 11.28, but that race determined by the cherry on the tree. Okay, this is Johnny Young and Matt Jones with the time trial race, and the reason for this one, it's Matt Jones's birthday, so many happy returns to Matt. Not that Johnny's going to gift you the race, far from it, but Matt Jones and Johnny Young having a bit of a grudge race here for Matt Jones's birthday. So Johnny trying to get to 982. Let's have a look. 996 and 1058. So well done, guys, and once again, many happy returns indeed to Matt Jones. All right, we move on to VW Pro. The two Jameses fighting this one out. James Rhodes, James Hodson. James Hodson confirmed as your champion for the 2021 season here at Santapod. Lots of wheel spin there for James Hodson, that is. James Rhodes trying to close him down. So it's 10:45 playing 10:30. James on the brakes. 11:82 for the win for James Hodson, and James Rhodes goes 12:11. Next up, Graham Fairhead taking on Lee Caudry. 12:20 plays 11:50. Lee will be leaving first. 0.7 of a second difference on the tree. Oh, but it's over before it's really started. Lee Caudry goes red. So it's Graham Fairhead that takes the win. Graham goes 12:83, doesn't really matter. 12:80 for Lee, but Graham was way off the throttle there. Dave Crowhurst. Should have been alongside Paul Day, but no sign of him. Ooh, what is that? Prop shaft? Half shaft? Didn't see it. Just a long piece of metal. So Dave Crowhurst going into the semis. Dials in a 963, gives us a 993. And last to run will be Abby Tether. She has a bye run here into the semis, where she will meet Graham Fairhead. Junior Dragster up next. So Abby looking for a 1291. She was the #1 qualifier. Oh, 1290 with a 2. Very, very close. It was a breakout. It doesn't matter though. She's already got the win. No competitor in the other lane. Right, Lucas Oils, Junior Dragster. Caitlyn Wilson in her last meeting ever, and she's still going rounds. Going alongside a toughie though, Freddie Taylor. This for a spot in the semi-finals. The Darlings, the all-important Darlings. Freddie Taylor, 9.30. Caitlyn, 8.20. Just 1.1 second between them on the Christmas tree as it counts them down. And it's going to be Freddie that will be going first. 850 bike, 950 bike and funny bike into the lanes, please. 850, 950 and funny bike. Let's have you in the lanes. So they're both in pre-stage. Caitlyn goes into stage. Freddie goes into stage. Freddie gets the green. Caitlyn gets the green. So as they approach the 8th, it is Caitlyn. Oh, perfect. 820 with a 9 on an 820, darling. Freddie Taylor wasn't far off. 932 on a 930. But the reaction time advantage and bang on the number. It is Caitlyn into the semi-finals. Next up, Oh, and this is crucial. Thomas Cook-Abbott taking on Mackenzie Love. Thomas needs to win the event. If he doesn't, the championship is over and Harry Redshaw becomes Lucas Oil's champion for 2021. This is his last ever race meeting in Junior Dragster. It's a green light drag race. Mackenzie Love and Thomas Cook-Abbott for a place in the semi-finals. It is Mackenzie Love. It's game over for Thomas. It's a championship win for Harry Redshaw. Mackenzie Love was 001 on the start line. 001. Fantastic for him. But Thomas Cook-Abbott, he can leave here with his head held high. Brilliant in Junior Dragster. But it's Mackenzie that's taken the win. Just going to get a confirmation from Simon. That is Harry Redshaw, your champion in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Congratulations to Harry Redshaw. All the others put up a heck of a fight, but Harry Redshaw's lead was just too much to overcome. Next up, Harley Quissell and Harley J. Darby. $8.15 for Harley J, $8.05 for Harley Quissell. It is over already. Harley Quissell goes red. It's Harley J. Darby that is into the semis. He dialed 8.15, he went 8.20. Harley J is through. Now then, one more to go. It's young Mr. Fulton. COVID Cup winner from last year. He's about to book his spot in the semi-finals. Here he comes. I just wonder, when Luke becomes old enough, which one of the Fulton senior cars he wants to get hold of. Because you just know he's going to get one of them at some stage. Got a few years to sort that one out. But Luke Fulton, say, winner of the COVID Cup last year. Missed a meeting this year, otherwise he'd have been further up in the points. Puts a cherry on the tree. It was only a 0-1 red, but he is through to the semi-finals to race Mackenzie Love. And it's going to be Caitlyn Wilson taking on Harley J. Darby, the other side of the ladder. Well done to young Luke. Super Comp into the pairing lanes, please. Can I have Super Comp into the pairing lanes? Right, Super Gas. This to set semi-finals, and it's going to be Tim Moore on Byron. So then, the aim of the game is 990 for Tim, and of course the rest of the Super Gas competitors. New car serving Tim very well indeed. 998, 142, sounded easy. So Tim Moore is through. Next up then, Simon Fulton taking on Andy Harrison. Winner here gets a bye into the final. And it's just the event win that these are after now. Andy Harrison is confirmed as your champion. Your national champion in Super Gas this season. Congratulations to Andy. Let's see if Simon Fulton can be the first to defeat the new champion. Well, both of them, fair to say, pretty good at this. They've both been doing it for quite a few years. And it comes down to minute margins. So Andy Harrison, he's in the Kestrel Beers lane, the left lane. Simon Fulton in Autoglim, the right lane. 990. Super Gas. Both in pre-stage. Andy not messing about. He's in. Simon's in. The tree goes green on both sides. So Simon Fulton, Andy Harrison. And the win goes to Simon. Andy Harrison breaks out. He took the stripe, but went too quick. He couldn't win it, actually. A 0.3 light for Simon, a 0.12 for Andy. So the new champ is out. Simon Fulton goes into the semis, and he gets a bye into the finals. Right, next up then, Bob Molden taking on John Morton. Bob was your number one qualifier. And fair to say that Bob's not the most experienced super gas racer, but when he comes into the class, something happens to him and he's killer. But John Morton, been around the game a long time, knows his stuff. In other words, you got two super tough competitors here. Lights go green. Different way of doing it. Bob goes up to the top and then lifts off. Mort has a throttle stop. And it is John Morton that takes that one. 9.92 to a lose out 10.01. Mort was 0.1 on the tree as well. But a great weekend nevertheless for Bob Molden. But it is Mort taking on Tim Moore, one side of the ladder. And it's Simon Fulton, the other side. Right, Sportsman ET. Holly Walters taking on Kirsty Tram. Whoever wins this gets a bye into the final. For Hutchinson and Dibley, the class sponsors, thanks to them. In fact, thanks to all of our class sponsors. It really does help the racing community a lot. So Holly Walters sets off. Kirsty Tram in pursuit. Tom looks on. Is it going to be Kirsty or is it going to be Holly? These two have met a few times before. It's Holly, 15.81 against a lose out 14.10 and a 0.3 light as well. So, Holly into the semis, a bye into the finals. Here comes Truck Norris of Dan Holloway. And from my understanding, I'll check with Simon, as soon as he's staged the car, he is your champion. He's got a bye run here into the semis. But it's been a right old fight for the Sportsman ET Championship this year. Quite a few of them in the running to take the title. Felicity Gibbs, Gary Lake, Rob Cresswell, even Jill Medley had a shout. But it's come down to this, and it's Dan Holloway with the round win. Of course, it was a bye, but nevertheless, it's still a round win, and that gives Dan Holloway the Sportsman ET Championship for the 2021 season. Congratulations indeed to Dan. And he's into the semi-finals as well. Right, we have a race. Georgina Smith and Rob Cresswell. Congratulations to Rob for winning the VW Sportsman Championship. Couldn't double up, but he's still in eliminations here. Going alongside Georgina with the Toyota. 15.95 the dial in for the GLA Racing Toyota in the Kestrel Beers Lane, and it's a 13.80 for Rob. Well, Rob looks like he's about to draw alongside. You can hear him lifting off the gas as well. And he does take the win. 14.16 against a lose out 16.19. Rob Cresswell is through to the semis. Can I please have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please. Right, funny bike up next. And was that it? Basically, Dave Peters has to start the bike, brake the beams under power, and that is the round win. That's why they are just down there. They don't want to tear the bike down and get it serviced again for the final. So all they need to do, start the engine, brake the beams, and then that's it. He's got the round win. No point in going all the way down the quarter mile. Still the same process though. That's it, game over. Well done to Dave Peters. He is into the final. Going to have a race the other side though, going to be Mark Smith and Tony Clark, assuming they've both made the call, that is. I can see 2 sets of wheelie bars sticking out from behind the tower, so they are both there. Mark Smith qualified in the number 2 spot, Tony in the number 3 spot. 7:21 played 7:39. That was in qualifying yesterday, but it's obviously a race today. So who's it going to be in the final? After this, I've got 850 bike and 950 bike in the lanes. That's to sets and finals. So Mark Smith, he is in the Autoglim lane. Tony Clark, the hired gun, Kestrel Beers lane. Heads up, no breakouts, no darlings. Whoever gets there first wins. Something up for Tony there, the bike cut out, I think. Tony Clark goes 7:71 to take the win. Well done, Tony. So, final set in funny bike. .850 bike semi-finals. Ian Critchlow taking on Jay Rowe. Jay is already a champ. .850. Oh, good looking run this one. Jay looking over his shoulder. Critch closing in. 863 takes it to an 872. Ian Critchlow into the final. Alan Morrison gets a bye run here. He was your number 1 qualifier. Got past Joe Elliott in round 1. And gets the bye into the final here. That's not a bad looking run. 5:45, 1:30 at the 8th. 8:55 at 155 at the quarter. .950 bike. Championship still to be decided. Martin Hallett, Craig Wright. If Craig wins this, and then obviously Rick has got a solo into the final will decide the championship. But Craig has got to get past Martin Hallett here. Oh, super close race already. Both looking at each other. And the win goes to Martin Hallett. 9:58 a pair, but it's Martin Hallett that's taken the win. He's knocked Craig Wright out. Ritzowatsky then on a solo into the final, and a championship for Rick Sawatsky. Or is it? I still need to do some maths on this one, actually. Has Rick... Right, let's get a confirmation on that one. Don't think it's quite there yet, actually. I'm going to get a confirmation on that one. I'm not sure. Right, okay, update. Championship not decided in 950. I'll get ahead of myself there. If Rick wins the final, it's his. If Martin wins the final, the championship goes to Craig Wright. There we go. Right, VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. VW Pro into the pairing lanes, please. Super Comp. Semi-finals. Alan Schofield, Steve Hudson. $8.90. Whoa, Steve Hudson takes it. 9.01 to a loser 8.93. That was on the reaction times. So a whole shot win in effect there for Steve Hudson. And it's going to be a solo the other side of the ladder for Leah Kellett. So Steve has just guaranteed himself runner-up spot. I think that was already confirmed anyway. So it's going to be Steve Hudson and Leah Kellett in the final of Super Comp. Just to give you a confirmation on that 950 bike. Championship not decided yet. If Martin Hallett wins the final, Craig Wright is your champion. If Rick Sawatsky wins that final, Rick is the champion. So here comes Dolly Daydream. Leah Kellett qualified in the number 2 spot. That doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all about making sure that she breaks the beams to go into the final, and then race for the final for the event win. She's already a champion. $8.92. Right, peep round the corner, and don't forget we are going to get some gaps in proceedings now, as it takes a little bit of time to turn some of these cars and bikes round. In the lanes I can see Nostalgia Superstock. That's Dave Billadou down there. So we're just waiting for Guy King and James Oliver from Williams Brothers Racing, and once they've gathered we can run Nostalgia Superstock. But been a great day's racing so far. Thoroughly enjoyable. Time just coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But there will be some gaps. And we've got one at the moment, so we're going to hand over to Nitro FM 96.2. When we get more competitors in the lanes, we can continue. Thanks very much indeed. Bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the number 1 spot. And Kev Slifer. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7 hundredths off the line advantage. He had a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3:30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6:42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So, Bobby Wallace.
All right.
As we move on to semi-finals for Nostalgia Superstar. Proper heavyweight match-up here between Dave Bilodeau and James Oliver. They qualified 2 and 3. That doesn't matter anymore. Dave Bilodeau has been confirmed as your champion, your national champion in Nostalgia Superstock. He's also the champion for the Lifestyle Series as well. James Oliver been in stunning form this weekend. But when you got two top guns in Nostalgia Superstock, you know you're in for a great race here. 10:02 plays 9:35. The tree counts him down. Oh, it's over. Dave Bilodeau goes red. It's James Oliver into the final. Ollie goes 9:36. Dave goes 10:04. But it is Ollie into the final, and he's going to be racing his teammate in the final, Guy King. Is that Guy King? That sounds weird. Only needs to break the beams, doesn't need to take the full pass. Ollie takes it. Sorry, Guy takes it. So Guy King into the final. So an all Williams Brothers matchup in the final of Nostalgia Superstock. This is VW Pro semi-finals. James Hodson is your champion this year, and not only is he champion this year, that's his 7th VW Pro Championship. Congratulations to James. That's seriously impressive to take 7 championships in VW Pro. Dave Crowhurst going great with the car, 963 dialing against 1099 for James. Super Pro into the lanes, please. Super Pro into the lanes. So Dave Crowhurst then has pulled alongside James Hodson, and he takes the win with a 10.94 against a lose out 13.17. James's car didn't sound entirely 100% there. So Dave Crowhurst into the final. But who's he going to race? Abby Tether or Graham Fairhead? Well, both in pre-stage. Both into stage. So 1280 plays 1289, hardly anything between them. Oh, this is tight at the stripe. And it's Abby Tether that takes it, 12.97 against a lose-out 13.01. Abby into the final. Going to be taking on Dave Crowhurst. Well, we've still got plenty of racing to come at you, but the pairing lanes are empty at the moment. So whilst we gather more semi-finalists, we'll hand the airways back to Nitro FM 96.2. We'll take it back once again with more elimination. So, Bobby Wallace and Kev Slyfield. Well, what a matchup this is. Kev, eliminations round 1, went 6.04. Bobby Wallace went 6.06. Quite simply, Kev Slyfield has to win if he wants to keep that championship alive. If he loses this, it's basically game over. The title becomes Nick Davis. Davis has a 5-point lead coming into eliminations. And of course, if Kev wins this and Nick Davis wins his pairing, then it's a race in the final to determine this year's championship. But two tough contenders in the form of Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont, but it's this pair that we're going to concentrate on first. Bobby Wallace is in the Kestrel Beer lane. Kev Slyfield is in the Auto Glim lane. Pro Modified semi-final, first pair. Both in pre-stage. They're both in. Bobby getting a bit out of shape. Kev Slyfield has got the lead, and Kev goes into the final with 6.0000. It was nearly another 5-second pass. Bobby goes 6.35. The short numbers. Kev 0.999 to a 0.97. And then it's Kev the rest of the way, 261 to 276. 392 at the 8th for Kev against a 422, but Bobby was moving all around his lane. And at the stripe, Kev Slyfield books his spot into the final, 6 flat completely at 237.35. Well done, Kev. Now then, the attention switches to the other matchup. Nitrous Camaro of Jean Delemont. Turboed Firebird of Nick Davis. If Jean wins this race, your champion for 2021 is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins this race, it goes down to the wire and the final will decide the championship. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, on performance this weekend, there's nothing between them. Nick Davis in qualifying went 6.00. Jean Delemont this morning went 6.01 when he defeated Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, the performances of the Pro Mods have been so tight this weekend. It's been phenomenal. I know quite a few European teams are tuned in as well. Absolutely gutted for Michel Turenne that couldn't make eliminations today. Unfortunately hurt the car, couldn't get it repaired. But we so look forward to having all of our European teams back with us. It was so good to see David Vector and Bruno Bada a few weeks ago when they fought it out in the final for the European shootout. But here we are again, bathed in sunshine. The second semi-final. Nick Davis, Jean de Le Monde. They're both into pre-stage. You can hear the revs building up for Nick. He's in stage. It's green. Nick Davis away first, but with tyre shake. But he recovers it well, but it's neck and neck. Oh, it's a close one. It's Jean de Le Monde with 6:03 to a lose-out 6:29 for Nick Davis. Jean de Le Monde goes into the final against Kev Slyfield. I'm just going to turn to Simon Groves. I just want a confirmation. It's done. Kev Slyfield is your Pro Mod champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. He's still got a race to win, but he's basically won the war. Well done. Great effort from the team of US Automotive with Rob Loring. We're getting to the sharp end of the day. It's lots of semi-finals to run. And then, of course, finals. Some championships have been decided. Some are still to be done, and this is one of them. Super Pro ET. First up is going to be Pete Walters taking on Alan Didwell. Well, it would be, but I can't see Alan. Oh, there he is. He snuck round. I didn't see him in the lanes, and he was underneath the tower. So, very sneaky move there from Alan Didwell. So, we have a race then. Pete Walters, Alan Didwell. The dial-ins then, 7.73 for Alan, 7.57 for Pete. This actually doesn't have any implications on the championship. It's between two people now. Or two teams. But Pete Walters having a real banner weekend at the moment. The car running superbly. Qualified with a 770, but then has been running in the 7.5s. Best ever numbers for the reloaded dragster. Going alongside Alan Didwell. Running in a 773, qualified in the number 4 spot with 772. He's been killing them with consistency out there today. Is he going to make the final, or is it going to be Pete? We have a green light drag race. This is going to be tight at the stripe. Both of them can run the numbers. It is Alan Didwell. 773 with a 5 on a 773 dial and a 01 light. That's how you win drag races. Brilliant package. Bang on his number. A 01 light. That was tough. Pete Walters goes 763 with a 05 light. But Alan Didwell into the final. Right, Joe Kellett, number 1 qualifier. Billy Gaine, number 3. If Billy wins this, he's got to go and win the final. Otherwise, the championship goes to Giles and Hartley. Joe Kellett, number 1 qualifier, running perfect ETs, slaying them with reaction times. Well, if you're going to pick a tough fight, pick one with Joe Kellett. And you ain't always going to come out on top. But Billy needs to here. If Billy loses this race and Joe wins it, the championship goes to Giles and Hartley. The Darlings, 7.58 plays 8.58. Exactly 1 second between them. Alex brings Billy up to the line. Joe's already there. It's going to be Billy's side of the tree running first. Both into stage. Green light drag race. As they head to the stripe, the win light goes to Billy Gaine, 8.59 on a 58. Joe Kellett goes 7.63. Billy had 200ths on reaction times. But what a race that one was. Win margin 0.6. And it's Billy in the final. Can we have Super Gas into the pairing lanes, please? Super Gas, we have you into the pairing lanes. Right, Pro ET Eliminations, round number 4. This is semi-finals. The two Lees. Lee Huxley taking on Lee Morris. The Darlings then, 9.40 for Lee Huxley, but going first, 10.14 Lee Morris. Well, we know Lee Huxley already confirmed as champion for Pro ET for this season. Another green light drag race. Leah's going to win it, but which one? It is Lee Morris. Hits his number, missed, well actually misses it by 1. He goes 0-4 on the tree, 10-15 on a 14. Lee Huxley, 9.45 on a 9.40. So the champ goes out. Lee Morris into the final. Andy Garnett with the Tesla, taking on Simon Gough with the package. $8.67 the Darling for sight, 11.06 for the Tesla. Green light. Oh, Simon goes red. So it's Andy Garnett into the final. 8.70 lose out there, 11.10 for the win. Andy Garnett taking the win and goes into the final. Right, by my calculations, I've got 7 classes left to reach finals, and then it's finals all classes after that. This is Super Street Bike. First up then, Alan Morrison Jr. taking on Mark Hope. Can I have Outlaw Flat 4 into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Flat 4 into the lanes. It's green all the way, and it's a 120 for Alan Morrison to the 60. That's pretty close at the stripe, though. And it's a 731 against a 737. Both of them over 190 miles an hour, but not the ETs we were looking for, but it's Alan Morrison into the final. Ah, this is a proper fight, this one. Steve Venables taking on Jake Michelle. And this is going to be Ven all the way. Unfortunately, Jake's gone red. Ven goes 744, 171. And Jake actually went red. So game over for young Jake Michelle. Okay, let's have a look into the lanes. What we got here? 7 classes to go. You can see Comp Eliminator lining up round the corner. That will be the next class to come round. Nick Williams taking on Jordan Payne. And it's going to be Robin Orthodoxou on his own. So it's going to be the Copo Camaro of Nick Williams, already confirmed as champion in Comp Eliminator this season, going alongside Jordan Payne. So Jordan Payne basically has sewn up second in the championship points for Comp Eliminator. Well done to Jordan. In actual fact, here are your champion and runner-up lining up against each other for a spot in the final. Indexes, 7.99 for Jordan Payne, 9.18 for Nick. That's going to be Jordan Payne, a 7.45 against a lose out 8.82. Nick actually rolled the beams a little bit there. So that was the reason why Nick's car didn't hook and go properly. But Jordan Payne is through to the final of Comp Eliminator. Well done to Jordan. But congratulations to Nick for taking the championship in Comp Eliminator. Ooh, just a little burnout. And that's all Robin needs to do is break the beams. Robin went in the sixes in eliminations. He also went in the sixes in qualifying. So really got some great form this weekend. Basically being 0.5 under index, and looking at Jordan, he's been 0.54 under index. That's going to set up a really good final actually for Comp Eliminator. Yeah, Robin just breaks the beam. So that is Robin taking on Jordan in the final of Comp Eliminator. Well done to Williams Brothers though, taking the win for the championship this year. And now their attention will focus on Nostalgia Superstock final, as they got two team cars represented there. 6 semi-finals to run. But before that, got a time trial run for the Fraudster. And bit of a battle this week for Kev, but nevertheless some stout numbers and a speed, a personal best on speed this weekend, being over 180 miles an hour. So well done indeed to the Fraudster team. And also big thanks to Al Mack that lent them the parts required to get them back racing. So just a time trial run then coming up for Kev. .784, 174 miles an hour there for Kev. Nicely done. Sounds like ET bike, it is. Phil Pratt with his customary rolling burnout up to the start line. And here comes his opponent, Michael Gooding. Only a tenth between them on Darling. 9.10 for Phil, 9.20 for Michael. Susie's down there and Pat watching at home. Very good afternoon to you, Pat. And I've mentioned you once, but I'll say it again. Hope you're enjoying the live feed here from Santa Pod Raceway. And it's going to be Phil Pratt. 9.26 takes it to a 9.21 win margin, 0.02. But Phil into the final yet again. So he's going to be racing Paul Adams. All he needs to do is break the beams here. Which he does. Nicely done. So that sets up Paul Adams and Phil Pratt in the final of ET Bike at the national finals. 5 classes to go to set finals. Outlaw Flat 4, VW Sportsman, Junior Dragster, Super Gas and Sportsman ET. And I think most of them are in the lanes actually. I can see Super Gas head of the lanes. And Sportsman ET are there as well. So once we've gone these 5 semi-finals, there will be a break, and as we gather all of our finalists, and we have still got some championships to sort out. We've still got Junior Drag Bike, we've still got Top Fuel Bike to sort out. It ain't over yet. Well, we're just seeing who's going to come around next. Junior Dragster are down there as well. Got a couple of... yeah, it's Junior Dragster. Just trying to see who was going to come around the corner first. It's going to be Mackenzie Love taking on Luke Fulton. This for a spot in the final at the national finals. So Mackenzie Love dials in 8.31, Luke Fulton 8.33. Just 2 hundredths between them. And they're both very good at this. Mackenzie had a 00 light in the previous round when he put Thomas Cook-Abbott away. And Luke Fulton, he doesn't make semi-finals without being good at what he does. Your first semi then. And the win light goes to Luke Fulton. A 0.40 reaction time to a 0.46. And 8.33 with a 5. He hits his number as well. Luke Fulton into the final. Great weekend for Mackenzie Love though. Done brilliantly, that young man. Luke just that fraction better in that pairing. The other side of the ladder, Harley J. Darby and Caitlyn Wilson. This could be the last time we see Caitlyn in competition. It could be the penultimate time we see her in competition in Junior Dragster. 1 or 2 runs left in the juniors for Caitlyn. If she wins this, the final will be her last run in competition. Harley J's got another season or 2 in him. Here we go then. 8.20 plays 8.19. Hardly any difference on the tree, just 100th of a second. It's green all the way. You can hear them pedaling. And it's Caitlyn who takes the win. 8.36 to lose out 8.24. She had 12 hundredths on the line. So it's the former champion, Caitlyn Wilson, in the final against last year's COVID Cup winner. That is a superb final. And for the last time, Caitlyn Wilson will go to the start line. She could win the meeting, but she's going to go away with a trophy from her last ever appearance. And you cannot be disappointed with that. Okay, we move on. Super Gas semi-finals. It's going to be Tim Moore taking on John Morton. Great fens off track. But for these 9.9 seconds, they're going to be enemies. They'll all be friends again when they go underneath the gantry. So John Morton took a couple of years out, sold his Camaro to Andy Dibley. But you know what, with a good racer, you just cannot keep him away. Tim Moore, in effect, did the same thing, sold his Nova, kept the engine, and built this 55. And here they are racing again. John Morton, Tim Moore, this for a spot in the final against Simon Fulton. Throttle stops, release, the car's charged to the finish line. And your winner is Tim Moore, 9.91 against a 9.92. Tim Moore, reaction time 0.6 to Mort's 0.18. Tim Moore is into the final. And he'll be going up against this man, Simon Fulton, with the Blitzkrieg Falcon. Simon defeated the new champion, Andy Harrison, in the quarterfinals, and he's got a bye here in the semis into the final, where he's going to be racing his friend, Tim Moore. .985 breakout at 144, but he's into the final. Tim Moore taking on Simon Fulton. Right, we move to Sportsman ET. Holly Walters has got the bye here, so she's guaranteed her spot in the final. .04 reaction time. Nicely done, Holly. So the Darling is 15.75. And she goes 15.87. So Holly is into the final. Now, who's it going to be? Is it going to be the new champ, or in effect the defending national champion, Dan Holloway? Or is it going to be Rob Cresswell, confirmed as the champion in VW Sportsman this year? So we got two champions for 2021, but this is Sportsman ET. Rob's done his in a different class. The Darlings, 1640 for Dan, 1380 for Rob. They're both into stage. The tree's going to count them down. Dan Holloway is off and running. And there goes Rob in pursuit. So then, Dan's got his nose out in front. Rob trying to close him down at 1,000 foot. It's still Dan. And it is Dan Holloway breaking out by less than 100th of a second. It's Rob Cresswell taking the win with a 13.86. Dan had the reaction time advantage by 400ths of a second, but he crossed the line too quickly. It's Rob Cresswell into the final. VW Sportsman's semi-finals. Connor Jones taking on Phil Jones. Yeah, got the connection now. The two drivers from Rugby. The White Pearl taking on the Dragon Wagon. 1670 plays 15 flat. Looks like the Beatles out front, but the A3 closing in, and yep, it is. Connor Jones takes it there. The win margin point 0.8, 1677 against a lose out 1562. Here comes Steve Stone. He's got a solo into the final here. He does in 16:55 with the Colston Racing Golf. And a 16:87 the end result there, so you might adjust the dial in for the final. Right then, Outlaw Flat 4. This is the last class to set finals. James Wotton is your champion in Outlaw Flat 4 this year, going alongside Paul Bate with the Orange Street Beast Beetle. Heads up, no breakouts. James Wotton has a problem off the line. It launched hard, but it looks like it went into neutral. Something gave way. Anyway, it's Paul Bate who's going to make it into the final. Gets there with an 11:32. Congratulations to Paul. A shame there for James. And the car being pushed back. On the other side of the ladder, we'll see Darren Shepherd. He just needs to break the beams to book his spot in the final. He's down there somewhere. There he comes. So Darren Shepherd then, the last car to book his place in the final. There he goes. And there he done it. 1190, 113 miles an hour. Right, well, on the timetable for us here, just having a quick look at the time, you're not going to believe this. The time now is 3:45. And on our schedule it says break to assemble finalists. So we do have a break. Time to get yourselves refreshed. And our aim is to run the finals, I think, at 4:10. So a little bit of a break for everybody, and then we'll be gathering all of our finalists. I'm just going to double check with everybody to make sure that is still the plan, because we are bang on schedule. Bear with me just 1 second. Yeah, so we have a little bit of a break. We don't know exactly how long it is, but you've got at least, well, I know, 10 or 15. So Nitro FM going to take the airwaves back. Time to get our paperwork ready, as it is just finals to go here at the STP National Finals for the 2021 season. We'll be back with you shortly. So Nitro FM, the airwaves are yours. Bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6:06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coasted across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Only qualifying to take the #1 spot. And Kev Slife. Oh, that's beautiful. 6:04, 232 miles an hour. Supercharged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Both in stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6:01 taking the win, but a 6:18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7/100ths off the line advantage. He had a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Oh, massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6:42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3:30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6:42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So... sets off, and there goes Ronnie Mercer in pursuit. Oh, look at that, Ronnie Mercer. 9:03 at the stripe. He had a 008 light there. Lee's got to work for it. It's Lee Huxley, and congratulations then to Lee. He takes the Pro ET Championship with that run. Puts Neil on the trailer, unfortunately, 9:42 to lose out and break out 11:40. But Lee Huxley, your champion in Modusang Pro ET. The rule of thumb is whoever wins this will race Lee in the next round, and the champ normally loses his first race after winning a championship. But let's see what happens. Good looking drag race here between Mark Huxley and James Oliver. And it is Mark Huxley that takes that one. James Oliver, bang on his number, 9:35.00, and he had an 07 light and lost. Mark Huxley, 10:08, he had a 04 light, the win margin 0.15, but that is 2 perfect runs in one weekend for James Oliver. And Amy falls 9:65, win margin 0.3. Will Clark takes that one. Looks fairly close at the stripe, and it is a 10:20 taking the win against a 10 flat 0.2. The win margin. Lee Morris moves on. So, third round matchups then for Pro ET. It's the Huxley boys, Mark and Lee taking on each other. Lee Morris will take on Will Clark. Tom Watkins will take on Andy Garnett, and Simon Gough taking on Bob Molden. So, Bobby Wallace and Kev Slyfield. Well, what a matchup this is. Kev, in eliminations round 1, went 6-0-4. Bobby Wallace went 6-0-6. Quite simply, Kev Slyfield has to win if he wants to keep that championship alive. If he loses this, it's basically game over. The title becomes Nick Davis. Davis has a 5-point lead coming into eliminations. And of course, if Kev wins this and Nick Davis wins his pairing, then it's a race in the final to determine this year's championship. But two tough contenders in the form of Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont, but it's this pair that we're going to concentrate on first. Bobby Wallace is in the Kestrel beer lane. Kev Slyfield is in the Auto Glim lane. Pro Modified semi-final, first pair. Both in pre-stage. They're both in. Bobby getting a bit out of shape. Kev Slyfield has got the lead, and Kev goes into the final with 6.0000. It was nearly another 5-second pass. Bobby goes 6.35. The short numbers. Kev 0.999 to a 0.97. And then it's Kev the rest of the way, 261 to 276. 392 at the 8th for Kev against a 422, but Bobby was moving all around his lane. And at the stripe, Kev Slyfield books his spot into the final, 6 flat completely at 237.35. Well done, Kev. Now then, the attention switches to the other matchup. Nitrous Camaro of Jean Delemont. Turboed Firebird of Nick Davis. If Jean wins this race, your champion for 2021 is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins this race, it goes down to the wire and the final will decide the championship. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, on performance this weekend, there's nothing between them. Nick Davis in qualifying went 6.00. Jean Delemont this morning went 6.01 when he defeated Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, the performances of the Pro Mods have been so tight this weekend. It's been phenomenal. I know quite a few European teams are tuned in as well. Absolutely gutted for Michel Turenne that couldn't make eliminations today. Unfortunately hurt the car, couldn't get it repaired. But we so look forward to having all of our European teams back with us. It was so good to see David Vector and Bruno Bada a few weeks ago when they fought it out in the final for the European shootout. But here we are again, bathed in sunshine. The second semi-final. Nick Davis and Jean Delemont, they're both into pre-stage. You can hear the revs building up for Nick. He's in stage. It's green. Nick Davis away first, but with tyre shake. But he recovers it well, but it's neck and neck. Oh, it's a close one. It's Jean Delemont with 6.03 to a lose-out 6.29 for Nick Davis. Jean Delemont goes into the final against Kev Slyfield. I'm just going to turn to Simon Groves. I just want a confirmation. It's done. Kev Slyfield is your Pro Mod champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. He's still got a race to win, but he's basically won the war. Well done. Great, great effort from the team of US Automotive with Rob Loring. And that's John Bean on the smaller of the breakouts, and not much in it either. Right, it's a game of chess at the stripe, and it's Andy Garnett that takes the win there. So Brian Huxley going to be chasing down John Giles. Looks like they're almost side by side already. Yeah, that was John Giles. And Medley out in front. Simon Gough closing it down, and it is Simon Gough that takes that one. Win mark. And that was one on the tree, basically. Oh, and Simon Innis goes red. So it's Mark Huxley that goes through. So Simon Innis will no longer get second in the points, and that's where he's going to slip back. He saw Ronnie dip on the brakes there, and he takes the win. 9:04 to lose it for a quiet moment, and I'll pass that one on in a moment. So Laura in chase mode. Can she catch and pass John? Is John going to hold on? It is Laura. Yeah, 8:30 takes the win on 8:59. So it's who's the bravest at the stripe. Oh, ho, ho. Well, Bart Pay's car looked a little bit unsettled there, but he's kept his foot buried. But it's Alan Didwell that takes that one. Win margin 0-6 at the stripe. Alan Didwell. Stage, the tree counts them down. Green light on both sides of the racetrack. Well, I was going to say Ethan's in catch-up mode, but he's already gone past him, so it's up to Ethan to control this one. And a 15:06 takes it to a 15:17. So well on to Ethan. Steve Metcalf keeping out in front. And takes it 15.55 to lose out 14.56. Had nearly 3/10 on the line as well, so well, massive start line advantage there for Stu. Takes that one with a 17.57. As they head up towards the stripe, it is Spencer Tram that takes that one on 11.41 against the lose out 14.30. Goes in. And it's Alan Medley going red. So Guy King takes the automatic win. Let's have a look at the numbers anyway. Alan 10.79, 10.16 for Guy King. 10.04 plays 9.25. Well, Jim Chandler had a 003 light there. Gary, not a very good one. But to the pairing lanes, please. All finalists to the pairing lanes. Thanks very much indeed. And that's Ollie all the way, a 9.44 to lose at 10.88. Oh, Kiwi goes red by 007. So that's the end of his championship charge. Chris Goodell takes the win. Breaks out by less than 100th, but it doesn't matter. The red light tells the story. Can I have Comp Eliminator into pairing lanes, please? Comp Eliminator into the lanes. Well, they're closing in at the stripe, and it's Don Scott that takes it. 9.86 to a lose out 13.04. So whichever one of those goes furthest eliminations will take second in the championship. And Matt Jones, his opponent here, and Phil's gone past him already. On the brakes, 9.31. That's the round win for Phil Pratt. Well done, Phil. And 9.28 for Michael Gooding takes the win against the lose at 9.23. Oh, but Leo Lester goes red. So Paul Adams takes the win. .10.47 breakout as well. Leo did everything he could to lose that race. Can't say anything about reaction times whilst they're racing. But the win light comes on for Peter Harrison. Well, Gary Hester already alongside. Now in front, looking over his shoulder, and goes 9.16 to take the win. So Gary Hester is through. We to see. Sorry, not the normal bike we expect Robbie to be on, but at least he's got a bike here that he can ride and compete on. So win light there for Robbie. Got problems with the Mustang, so she's in the Seat this weekend. Gary Lake started his drag racing career here at a Darling Day, won that, and now takes part in Sportsman ET on a regular basis. And has he gone through? He has. 14:30 takes the win to a 15:12 lose out. So Gary Lake keeps his championships alive. Now the Darlings, 17:60 for Chris, 17:38 for Flick. Oh, and Felicity goes red. Oh boy, that's opened things up. 004 red. Chris Wynn, the win light is already on for him. Goes 17:71. Wow. Points leader has gone. So Dave Wall, great to see Dave Wall back on the drag strip. We know we used to see him in the Mini Gears Dragster. Ooh, double breakout. So Steve Mellors away, looking for a 1650. Rob Cresswell looking for 1380. And it is Rob Cresswell who takes the win there. Georgina up next, 12:15, places 16:01. Carl was your number one qualifier as well. Georgina away. Carl goes red though. Whoa. Georgina with the win. Mike's happy. And Carl goes 12:02 and breaks out 16:12. Georgina gets a bye in the next round as well. Win. So the 6.1 Hemi Jeep going alongside the 5-litre Mercedes. At the stripe it is Kirsty Tram who takes that one. 14:09 on a oh, and Kev goes red, so the win light is on for Dan Williams. You can hear Dan clicking it off early there. Yep, 10:38. So Dan Williams takes the win. 7:63 for Kev, so well done to him. Peach of a wheelie there for Nick. .867, only 136 there for Nick Williams. That was one of his best ever 60 foots though with the car. Good looking run there for Rob. 7:64, 176. Jordan. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6:06. It was a .98 for 60 foot and 3:98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5:36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10:40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the number one spot. And Kev Solo. Oh, that's beautiful. 6:04, 232 miles an hour. Charged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6:01 taking the win, but a 6:18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7/100ths off the line advantage. He had a .12 to a .19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3:30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So, low 6-second car. Straight down Broadway. Absolutely outstanding once again. 6.15 at 235 miles an hour. And Dave Smith, well, not there either. So it is Ross Morrison. But it's all about Venn on this. 125 to Ross's 122 to 60. Oh, that's close at the stripe. Venn takes it. 7.39 at 201 to lose out. Autoglim Lane, Jake Michelle in the Kestrel Beer Lane. Neck and neck to the 60. Looks like Jake's got his nose in front, and Jake takes it. 6.96, 207. Unbelievable. Oh, just ridiculously smooth. With another 6.84, 211.9 miles an hour. It's almost rude. Well on to the ugly team. 6.84 at 211. Sets off, and there goes Ronnie Mercer in pursuit. Oh, look at that, Ronnie Mercer. 9.03 at the stripe. He had a 008 light there. Lee's got to work for it. It's Lee Huxley, and congratulations then to Lee. He takes the Pro ET Championship with that run. Puts Neil on the trailer, unfortunately. 9.42 to lose out and break out 11.40. But Lee Huxley, your champion in Modusang Pro ET. The rule of thumb is whoever wins this will race Lee in the next round, and the champ normally loses his first race after winning a championship. But let's see what happens. Good looking drag race here between Mark Huxley and James Oliver. And it is Mark Huxley that takes that one. James Oliver. Okay, so the talking stops in the pits. All the machinery is in the pairing lanes, and it is time to do the finals. A final message, and it comes from Barney. It says, happy birthday from Tracy Dawes to her husband Mike, who are sat in the grandstand enjoying the racing. Well, many happy returns to Mike. He's up there somewhere. Okay, we're going to kick things off with junior drag bike, and this is a championship decider. Whoever wins this becomes the champion in junior drag bike. It's Holly King and Casey Holgate, the dial-ins. 11.40 for Holly, 10 flat for Casey. Don't forget, this is the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. So a championship as well as the event win on the line for these two youngsters. Junior drag bike, your first final at the national finals. And it's a green light drag race. So Holly out in front, chasing is Casey, and it is Holly King who takes the win. 11.55 on 11.40, darling. Casey just goes 11.14 at 52, but congratulations to Holly. She takes the event win and, of course, the Junior Drag Bike Championship for 2021. Congratulations to Holly. Casey Holgate is your event runner-up and National Championship runner-up as well. Right, ET Bike, your finalists, Paul Adams and Phil Pratt. Phil has already sewn up the championship, and I believe that's his third. Congratulations to Phil. But it's all about the event win now here at the STP National Finals. The darlings, and they've made it interesting. That was planned, you can tell. 9.12 a pair. They're both away. Bit of wheel spin for Phil off the line though, but he's closing that gap, he's closing the gap, he's closing it, but it's not enough. 9.40, Paul Adams takes the win. 9.97 for Phil. Your winner, Paul Adams. Well done to Paul. Next up, 8.50 bike. Ian Critchlow taking on Alan Morrison. This is purely for the event win here at the STP National Finals. No championship permutations in this one. Again, it's a green light drag race. Alan Morrison, he's in the Kestrel Beers lane. Ian Critchlow in Auto Glim, and the win goes to, a breakout for Alan Morrison. Ian Critchlow takes the win, 8.50 with a 3 against a loser, 8.49. That's how you win it. Well done, Critch. All right, next up then, Chris Neary, Louis Davis, a broken gearbox case, well, broken cases everywhere, was the end result for young Goose. But he's taken the championship. Chris Neary is your event winner. Well done, Chris. Now, can he go quicker than 7.55 is what his qualifying number was? 7.58, not far off. Well done. Right, Junior Dragster. And the last time we're going to see Caitlyn Wilson come up to the start line in a Junior Dragster. And it's in the final at the National Finals. Luke Fulton is her final opponent, her last opponent. Luke Fulton took the COVID Cup last year and he's made it through to the final this weekend. Caitlyn Wilson, a former champion in Lucas Oil's Junior Dragster. Is she going to bow out her career with a win at the National Finals? Luke Fulton won this event last year. Is he going to double up? You've got all the Fulton boys down there, apart from Simon who's in his car. The darlings, 8.32 for Luke, 8.20 for Caitlyn. They're both in stage. The tree counts them down. It's a green light race. Neck and neck between these two. Don't want to call it just yet. It is Luke Fulton that takes the win. Caitlyn Wilson got there first. She broke out by 300ths. They only had 100th between them in reaction times. Caitlyn Wilson, what a star she has been. And Morgan as well, don't forget. But that's it for Junior Dragster, for the Wilson family. Thank you for all the years that you've been taking part. And I'll tell you what, she's going home with a trophy from the national finals. But Luke Fulton is your winner. We move on to get my paperwork muddled up and getting my words slurred as well now. 850 bike has already been run. This is 950 bike. This is a championship decider. If Martin Hallett wins it, he's in the auto glim lane. Craig Wright becomes champion. If Rick Sawatsky wins it, he's the champion. Green light drag racing once again. Again, neck and neck as they go up the quarter mile. The win goes to Rick Sawatsky, takes it there, 9:51. He's the champion. Craig Wright is your championship runner-up. Rick Sawatsky, you cannot take anything away from that guy. He's been doing it more years than most. He's had more passes up the quarter mile than anybody, and he's taken the 2021 championship. Congratulations to Craig Wright. Great fight all the way to the end. He is your championship runner-up this year. On to funny bike. Dave Peters taking on Tony Clark. So this for the win here at the STP National Finals. There's no dial-ins, there's no breakouts. It's heads up. Whoever gets to the top end first, quite simply, takes the win. Dave Peters qualified with a 7:39. Tony Clark with an 8:29, but Tony has been in the sevens in eliminations. Dave Peters only had to break the beam in the semis to get here. But here we go then, the final of Funny Bike. And Dave Peters on the Rigabrew Express is out in front. Oh, Tony Clark knocks out the blocks at the stripe. It's a 7:44. Dave Peters takes the win in Funny Bike. Tony Clark goes block hunting. All right, so going to be a pause at the moment whilst we just put the blocks back at the stripe. And I think that's the first time the blocks have been knocked over, certainly today, but I think that's all weekend. $7.44, 173 takes the win. Not going to be long to put the blocks back. They are held down with magnets. And if a block is broken, then we just get another one out. Put it in its place. Just 2 bike classes to go, but I assume... yeah, we are going to run them actually. Super Street Bike, followed by Top Fuel Bike. The Super Street Bike final has got Alan Morrison Jr. and Steve Venables. Number 1 and number 2 in qualifying. Steve Venables has already taken the championship for Taylor's Trophy. Congratulations to Ven. And in fact, the bikes are firing up below us. The blocks are black in place. So Steve Venables comes forward in the Castrol Beers lane. It's Alan Morrison Jr. in the Auto Glim lane. This for the event win. Ven's already the champ. Are we going to see side-by-side sixes to round off this year's Taylor's Trophy Super Street Bike Championship here at Santa Pod Raceway for 2021? Both in pre-stage. Both in stage. Green lights come on. 120 for Alan Morrison to 60 foot, but it looks like Ven is out in front, but oh, it's close. It's a 7:12 taking the win there for Steve Venables. 7:15, 198 for Alan Morrison. Both of them were slightly drifting, but it is Steve Venables that takes the win at the national finals. Okay, Joe, one more bike class to go, and this championship will be decided in this pairing here. Al Smith against Steve Woollatt. Manx Nightclub very kindly supporting the championship this year. Al Smith is on an ET record. I believe he's on a speed record as well. So let's see how these two get on. So, Top Fuel Bike, the final. Al Smith got a 40-point lead coming into this matchup. Al Smith bizarrely can still lose his final and still win the championship if he backs up for the record. And he's not going to do it. No time or speed recorded. Steve Willett, 6:26. I'm just going to get a confirmation on this one. As Al Smith left before the tree run, so .6:26, 217. And there's the confirmation. Steve Willett is your champion in Top Fuel Bike this year. We move on to Super Gas. And what a great final this is. Tim Moore with Tim's Toy, his first final with the 55 Chevy, going alongside Simon Fulton for Blitzkrieg Racing. These two share the same pit space. They were sat next to each other watching the boxing last night. They're great friends off track, and a lot of support from the Fulton boys to Tim and to Tina. And it's pretty fitting that these two meet in the final. The championship not on the line here, but this is about bragging rights between Simon Fulton and Tim Moore. It's a green light drag race. I'm not mentioning reaction times. As they sprint to the finish line, the win goes to Simon Fulton. They both run 9:92. Simon Fulton with an 05 light, Tim with an 07. It is Simon Fulton, your event winner. Congratulations to Si. Just 200ths between them at the finish line. On to VW Pro. Abby Tether taking on Dave Crowhurst. The Darlings. 9:63 for Dave, 12:85 for Abby. So Dave's got to be waiting over 3 seconds before his side of the tree runs down. Abby Tether sets off on her journey, but is it going to be to the top step of the podium? Dave Crowhurst is in pursuit. They're both at the 1,000-foot mark. It's all about the stripe, and the win goes to Dave Crowhurst, 9:69 against the lose at 12:92. Reaction time advantage there for Dave certainly helped, and he takes the event win. Well done, Dave. On to the Wild Bunch, and not how the Wild Bunch wanted to finish off their day. It was a great shame that Mark Goursell couldn't stage the car properly in the semi-final. So in effect, it's a bye run for the Maras. Pete Brown not only takes the event win, they take the the series championship for the Wild Bunch in Motorsports UK. They have been phenomenally successful this year. Mark Courcelle still runner-up in the national championship, but oh boy did he want to race for it in the final. So Pete Brown with the Rebel. Haney and Rob just stood by the side there. So can he run an 8:56? 8:60, that'll do. Congratulations to the Maras. Well done. Okay, Outlaw, flat 4. Darren Shepherd taking on Paul Bate. Heads up to the finish line. So Darren Shepherd out in front, Paul Bate. Oh, this is going to be close at the stripe, very close at the stripe. Paul Bate takes the win. Wow. Win margin 0.37. Paul Bate was almost rolling backwards when the tree ran, but managed to get it going forwards and takes the win. That was a bit bizarre, but nevertheless, Paul Bate is your event winner. Right, on to VW Sportsman, your finalists here. Connor Jones taking on Steve Stone. The Darlings end, 16.70 a pair. Whoever gets to the top end first without breaking out will win, as long as we don't have a red light on the tree at the start. Well, let's just see how this one pans out. They looked like they left fairly evenly. Look at that. The Maras throwing, I think it's T-shirts into the crowd. Well done. And it's a 16.73 taking the win there for Steve Stone against a loseout 16.76. Well done, Steve. He takes the win at the national finals. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, and it's the class's 2 quickest cars. Mark Todd taking on Andy Bond. Mark Todd has already reset the speed record. He set the ET record. What hasn't he done? He's got the championship this year. Can he dip it into the 6.7s? Just to finish off this season on a massive high. Not that he's not going to be celebrating anyway, but Mark Todd, if he can get the car to hook up and go, you just could see side-by-side 6s here. This is Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, the quickest and fastest street cars pretty much anywhere. It's Andy Bond, it's Andy Bond, it's Andy Bond. 684, 210 miles an hour at the stripe. 722 at 204 for Mark Todd. But congratulations once again to Andy Bond. That 4 trophies going to the Bond household. But 684. Give a bracket 6-second street car. Absolutely phenomenal. Right then, Super Pro ET. Oh boy. Billy Gaine and Alan Didwell. Two of the toughest here this weekend. It has to be these two. They made it through to the final. Alan Didwell, what a run he had in the semi-finals. Putting away Pete Walters. Ran his number in a 0-1 light. You think much better than that. But Billy got past Joe. And if you can beat Joe Kellett, you can beat anybody, but Billy has just got one more person to get around here. Billy took the win at the Door Slammers at the start of September, and is he going to end the month with another win? The Darlings then, 8.57 for Billy Gaine, 7.72 for Alan Didwell. Alan will be leaving in second, chasing down Billy, who will be going first. Billy is off and running, Alan is off and running. At the stripe it is Alan Didwell, 7.74 and a 72 and an 0.12 win margin. Both of them were 0-2 off the line. You couldn't ask any more from those guys. Congratulations to Alan Didwell, and I believe it's congratulations to Giles and Hartley, who have got to the championship win. So congratulations to them. Okay, we move on. This is Sportsman ET. Rob Cresswell, confirmed as champion in VW Sportsman, but he's made it to the final in Sportsman ET. He knocked out the new champion, or the defending champion if you like, Dan Holloway, on his journey to the final, up against Holly Walters. The Darlings, 1380 against 1584. There goes Holly. There goes Rob. Green light drag race. This is a pick and choose at the finish line. And the win goes to Rob Cresswell. The win margin 0.07. Both of them were 0.17 off the line. But it is Rob Cresswell that takes the event win in Sportsman ET. Right, on to Super Comp. Steve Hudson, Leah Kellett, these two, 1 and 2 in the championship. That cannot be changed. Leah Kellett is your champion in Super Comp this year. The Dolly Daydream Dragster will be wearing the number 1 again next year. Just 5 classes to go, and we do have some extra stuff in the lanes as well, and we'll get to that in a moment. Looking forward to seeing what's coming up actually. So Steve Hudson with the intravenous for Model T, going alongside Dolly Daydream with the Hauser Race Cars Dragster. The index for Super Comp is 8.90. So it's going to be another trophy making its way back to the Kellett household this weekend, but is it going to be a winners one or a runners up one? Steve Hudson would like to knock out the champion here. At the stripe it is, Leah Kellett takes it. Oh, the win margin, 0.007. 8.92 with a 0 against an 8.91 with an 8. Doesn't get much closer than that. Congratulations to Leah. Super close final. Right, this is Nostalgia Superstock, and it's all Williams Brothers Racing for this one. James Oliver, Guy King, they qualified 3 and 4. Ollie has been on phenomenal form this weekend. Will that form continue in this final? He dials in 9.36. Guy King, 10.05. It's young Ruben's birthday this weekend. Celebrated that yesterday. Is he going to have a winner's trophy to take home from his dad? Both into stage. Guy King will be leaving first. He's green. Ollie is green. An all Williams Brothers Racing matchup. And the win light goes to Ollie. 9.50 on the 36 against the 10.28. They were shadowing each other at the stripe. James Oliver wins Nostalgia Superstock, bizarrely the class that is sponsored by any implant, which is James Oliver's company, so well done to them. 3 classes to go, and then we've got some extra stuff for you. Andy Garnett and Lee Morris. First time we have ever had a Tesla race an E-Type Jag in the final of Pro ET. In actual fact, this is the first time we have an electric car in the final of Pro ET. .11.06 plays 10.14. So, is it going to be electrics or is it good old gasoline that's going to give us the win? It is gasoline that takes it. 10.26, Lee Morris takes the win against a loser. 11.12 for Andy Garnett. So Lee Morris is your winner in Pro ET. Just a couple of classes to go. And I might as well mention the extra stuff. We've got some more pro mods in the lane. Right, a little bit of confusion here. And I think I know why. I think it's something to do with lane choice, but so Robin Orthodoxou. Class index for him 7.45. Jordan Payne 7.96. Ooh, slight adjustment for the sticky situation Corvette. Just one final to go after this, and that is Motorsports UK Pro Modified. That's over. Jordan Payne goes red. All Robin needed to do was break the beams there. So 7.42 for Jordan Payne as well. Cracking run from him. Oh, a bit of tie bounce there for Robin as he goes up the track. Well, that had a bit of everything, that one. Right, one final to go. And it is the Pro Modified final. Oh, well, those of you that are tuned in at home, been a very exciting weekend. We really do hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from the STP National Finals. Everybody that's been here has had a brilliant time. We've been bathed in sunshine most of the day, with a lot of overcast this morning, but that didn't take long to burn off. And we've been blessed with fantastic racing conditions. We hope you enjoyed the coverage. Carson Kirkwood, you need to go for a walk after being sat indoors for 2 days watching the coverage. Probably eating too many sweets as well. So Leanne, you've got to send him out after this. I know he's back to school tomorrow, but I know he's been glued to the coverage all weekend long. But don't disappear after this race, because there's still more Pro Modifieds to come round afterwards. Last runs of the year then for Pro Modified. Kev Slyfield confirmed as Motorsports UK Pro Modified champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. Commiserations to Nick Davis, but there's always going to be somebody that was going to take the championship, and there's always going to be somebody that was runner-up. And it was just the way it fell this weekend. Kev Slyfield was your #1 qualifier. Jean Delamont, number 3. Only 0.03 of a second between them in performance outright this weekend. Great to have Jean back with us for 2 meetings this year. Obviously the Euro final shootout and now the national finals. Mind you, they've had their work cut out this weekend. They've hurt pistons, they've hurt transmission. But they've got it all fixed. Just one more race to go. Kev Slyfield has broken camshafts this weekend. He missed a round of qualifying due to getting the car fixed, but he came out and took that #1 spot in qualifying on his last pass yesterday. But it's all about the final now. Kev Slyfield in the Blown Bird in the Autoglim lane. Jean Delemont from France with the Camaro in Castelbirle. They're both at stage. Kev Slyfield running away. Jean trying to close the gap, and it's going to be Kev Slyfield with a 5.97 at 236 miles an hour in the final. Jean goes 6.30, 2.18. What a way to wrap up your championship year with the fastest run of the weekend in Pro Modified, 5.975, 236 miles an hour at the stripe. The 60-foot for Kev was 0.98. He had a 0.8 light as well. And at the 8th, 3.90 at 190 miles an hour. Massive congratulations to the Blown Bird team. Well done to you. Jean Delamont's team, the Bad Apple team from the south of France, thank you so much for coming up. And I tell you what, you put up a heck of a fight. And we just love you for it. Well done. So that's the end of eliminations, but we've still got some more machinery round the corner. We have Bobby Wallace with the Wallace Motorsports Camaro, and you've also got Wayne Nicholson tucked round there with the Lucky Devil. So it's, what shall we call it? Extended play. So let's see what these two have got for us. And they're going side by side as well. Happy days. This is the way we're going to wrap up our event this weekend. A pair of Pro Mods on time trial runs. They're not in competition. They're just seeing what they've got left to throw into the cars to see what they're going to run. Are we going to see a 5 from Bobby? Are we going to see a new PB for Wayne Nicholson? So the last pair of cars closing the meeting here at the STP National Finals. 10 to 5 in the afternoon, we'll be doing trophies. We would like everybody down on the start line for about 5:15. So we can give out the event trophies and then get everybody off home. And the hunt for petrol and diesel starts. I hope everybody gets home A-OK, I really do. Don't forget, it's Flame and Thunder at the end of October. Get onto Santapod's website, book some tickets, and come and see us at the end of October. And that is set up to be quite an exciting day. So this is your final pairing then. Well, I tell you what, for checkout passes, that wasn't bad. 5.97, 2.38 for Bobby Wallace. 6.26, 2.28 for Wayne Nicholson. Not bad for checkout passes and time trial runs. But well done. Thank you all so very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the STP National Finals. We wish you all a very, very safe journey home. If you want to hang around, we'll be doing our trophies on the start line in about half an hour's time. But safe journey home. Thank you so much for supporting Santapod Raceway this season, the home of European drag racing. And this is where the family gets together and has a fantastic time. To all of the racers, thank you for the entertainment that you've provided to us. To to everybody involved with Santa Pod Raceway, be it a marshal, litter picker, toilet cleaner, start line crew, timing crew, Euro Dragster, Nitro FM, absolutely everybody. You've all been stars this year. Thank you so much indeed. What a year. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Bobby staying with it. After all that sashaying around, he still goes 6.06. It was a 0.98 for 60 foot and 3.98 to the 8th. Andy Robinson, 105 to 60, 5.36 at the 8th, but only 100 miles an hour. Clicked it by then. Coast across the line with a 10.40 at 66 miles an hour. Qualifying to take the #1 spot. And Kev Solo. Oh, that's beautiful. 6.04, 232 miles an hour. Two-charged Camaro against Corvette. France against the UK. Podium stage. Great drag race indeed. Oh, this is a super race. And it is Jean with a 6.01 taking the win, but a 6.18 for Kev Slyfield. Kev had 7/100ths off the line advantage. He had a 0.12 to a 0.19. The win margin at the stripe just 0.9. Great drag race. But it is Jean that goes through. But I tell you what, Wayne Nichols and the Lucky Double team can hold their heads up very, very high indeed. Oh, massive tyre shake for Nick Davis, but he recovers it. Oh, problems there for John Webster. Nick Davis dodges the bullet, goes 6.42 against a lose-out 7.1. But, oh, boy, the early part of that run for Nick Davis, very nervous indeed. 108 to 60 for both of them. Nick Davis had the reaction advantage, but massive tyre shake. And to 3.30, John Webster was out in front. At the 8th, John Webster was out in front, but problems started to come in for John. He went through in 7.10, but it is Nick Davis that takes the win with a 6.42. Whoa. Told you anything could happen out there, and that proves it. So, Bobby Wallace and Kev Slyfield. Well, what a matchup this is. Kev, eliminations round 1, went 6.04. Bobby Wallace went 6.06. Quite simply, Kev Slyfield has to win if he wants to keep that championship alive. If he loses this, it's basically game over. The title becomes Nick Davis. Nick Davis has a 5-point lead coming into eliminations. And of course, if Kev wins this and Nick Davis wins his pairing, then it's a race in the final to determine this year's championship. But two tough contenders in the form of Bobby Wallace and Jean Delemont. But it's this pair that we're going to concentrate on first. Bobby Wallace is in the Kestrel beer lane. Kev Slyfield is in the Auto Glim lane. Pro Modified semi-final, first pair. Both in pre-stage. They're both in. Bobby getting a bit out of shape. Kev Slyfield has got the lead, and Kev goes into the final with 6.0000. It was nearly another 5-second pass. Bobby goes 6.35. The short numbers. Kev 0.999 to a 0.97. And then it's Kev the rest of the way, 261 to 276, 392 at the 8th for Kev against a 422, but Bobby was moving all around his lane. And at the stripe, Kev Slyfield books his spot into the final, 6 flat completely at 237.35. Well done, Kev. Now then, the attention switches to the other matchup. Nitrous Camaro of Jean Delemont. Turboed Firebird of Nick Davis. If Jean wins this race, your champion for 2021 is Kev Slyfield. If Nick Davis wins this race, it goes down to the wire and the final will decide the championship. Can I please have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Pro, can we have you into the lanes, please? Right, well, on performance this weekend, there's nothing between them. Nick Davis in qualifying went 6.00. Jean Delemont this morning went 6.01 when he defeated Wayne Nicholson. In actual fact, the performances of the Pro Mods have been so tight this weekend. It's been phenomenal. I know quite a few European teams are tuned in as well. Absolutely gutted for Michel Turenne that couldn't make eliminations today. Unfortunately hurt the car, couldn't get it repaired. But we so look forward to having all of our European teams back with us. It was so good to see David Vector and Bruno Bada a few weeks ago when they fought it out in the final for the European shootout. But here we are again, bathed in sunshine. The second semi-final. Nick Davis, Jean Delemont, they're both into pre-stage. You can hear the revs building up for Nick. He's in stage. It's green. Nick Davis away first, but with tyre shake. But he recovers it well, but it's neck and neck. Oh, it's a close one. It's Jean Delemont with 6.03 to a lose-out 6.29 for Nick Davis. Jean Delemont goes into the final against Kev Slyfield. I'm just going to turn to Simon Groves. I just want a confirmation. It's done. Kev Slyfield is your Pro Mod champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. He's still got a race to win, but he's basically won the war. Well done. Great effort from the team of US Automotive with Carson Kirkwood. You need to go for a walk after being sat indoors for 2 days watching the coverage. Probably eaten too many sweets as well. So Leanne, you've got to send him out after this. I know he's back to school tomorrow, but I know he's been glued to the coverage all weekend long. But don't disappear after this race, because there's still more Pro Modifieds to come around afterwards. Last runs of the year then for Pro Modified. Kev Slyfield confirmed as Motorsports UK Pro Modified champion for 2021. Congratulations to the Blown Bird team. Commiserations to Nick Davis, but there's always going to be somebody that was going to take the championship, and there's always going to be somebody that was runner-up. And it was just the way it fell this weekend. Kev Slyfield was your number one qualifier. Jean Delemont, number 3. Only 0.03 of a second between them in performance outright this weekend. Great to have Jean back with us for 2 meetings this year. Obviously the Euro final shootout and now the national finals. Mind you, they've had their work cut out this weekend. They've hurt pistons, they've hurt transmission. But they've got it all fixed. Just one more race to go. Kev Slyfield has broken camshafts this weekend. He missed a round of qualifying due to getting the car fixed, but he came out and took that number 1 spot in qualifying on his last pass yesterday. But it's all about the final now. Kev Slyfield in the Blown Bird in the Auto Glim lane. Jean Delemont from France with the Camaro in Kestrel Beer lane. They're both on stage. Kev Slyfield running away. Jean trying to close the gap, and it's going to be Kev Slyfield with a 5.97 at 236 miles an hour in the final. Jean goes 6:30, 2:18. What a way to wrap up your championship year with the fastest run of the weekend in Pro Modified, 5.975, 236 miles an hour at the stripe. The 60-foot for Kev was 0.98. He had a 0.8 light as well. And at the 8th, 3.90 at 190 miles an hour. Massive congratulations to the Blown Bird team. Well done to you. Jean Delemont's team, the Bad Apple team from the south of France, thank you so much for coming up. And I tell you what, you put up a heck of a fight. And we just love you for it. Well done.